Poszło live. I jeszcze jedna rzecz. Self-promo. Nie mam werka, na to wygląda. Pewnie trochę pogadają przed. Dlatego jest to 25 minut. No, bo dzisiaj o 11. Nie ma co Warkan odpuszczać. Po prostu dzisiaj będziesz miał większe. Dzisiaj są panele, które moim zdaniem są dużo lepsze. Na pewno, tak jak wspominałem wczoraj, na pewno jeżeli chodzi o panel base buildingu, to go postaram się obszerniej ogarnąć na kanale. Przetłumaczyć w pierwszej kolejności na język polski. Dla tych, którzy z angielskim trochę gorzej. Tak jak poprzedni panel z tamtego Citizenconu tłumaczyłem, słowo w słowo, tak przetłumaczę ten. Czemu w formie? Haha, wubeki. Od razu. Możliwe, że jak omówią pojazdy i statki, które będą potrzebne do base buildingu, to się pojawią. No od rana, no nie ma opcji. Tak czasówkę rozpisali, więc trzeba być. Nie, oni nigdy nie robią ultra time limit. To zawsze jest tak, żeby kasa była. No, dla mnie też Dante. Naprawdę to jest coś, na co liczyłem, coś, co chciałem. Coś, o czym mówiłem już od kilku miesięcy, że zajebiście by było, jakbyśmy mieli loga na statkach. Własne orgowe. A jeszcze dodali tagi przed nikami. No wiesz, kiedyś, jeszcze za starych czasów, to my z chłopakami po prostu dopisywaliśmy sobie do ników. A później, wiesz, wydawało się kasę na zmianę niku. Burze? O, panie, ja tylko czekałem, aż piorun pierdolnie w tą Aurorę. Aurora to był jedyny statek, który mógł po prostu jebnąć na ziemię od pioruna. Jak myślicie, po co to zrobili? No teraz wszyscy wymienią Aurorę, no. Jak ma od strzała paść, Zeus i tak sporo oberwał, bo po jebnięciu piorunem nie miał tarcz i czerwony front. Nie udało mi się w Streamlabsie ogarnąć reklam, więc za jakiś czas się będą wyświetlać niestety na dole. A jak zacząłem szukać ustawień i rozwiązań, to bym musiał stać jeszcze wcześniej, żeby znaleźć sobie opcję na to. Adamantium i vibranium. Okej. O, ktoś tam walczy z mikrofonem. Archel. Ale nie zauważyłem, że przyszedł.
Gówno.
Jakie gówno?
Ty ojciec, a kiedy mają dodać tą opcję tego krótkiego skakania?
Dzień dobry.
Tego na bezcelu.
To znaczy to jest...
Chodzi mi o to, co ten, to
Tak,
składron
wiem,
404 doskakiwał do Kingshipa.
Tak, to jest...
Bo tu-
To jest związane z nowymi też animacjami, z reworkiem ogólnie tego. Skakania w Quantum.
To jest chyba jedna funkcja statku, która mi się w nowym modelu lotów podoba.
Tak, ten Quantum Boost jest fajnie wyglądał.
W No Man's Sky jest coś takiego, że możesz sobie skoczyć w dowolnym kierunku.
To już było z nową animacją, więc obstawiam, że to jest po prostu część tego nowego systemu z Quantum.
Resistant Universe działa, czy nie? Bo tam widzę jakąś dodatkową zakładkę dali w launcherze, żeby sobie oglądać, co jest zjebane.
Nie, Persistence ma nadal degraded performance, więc może być problem po prostu z graniem na PU. Chyba że na przykład, nie wiem, Urix jest online, albo kto tam jeszcze był? Raptor.
Ty, jak jest online, to znaczy, że działa, czy co? Bo nie rozumiem.
Nie, on ma shard, który działa.
A, to jest... Widzę, że nie ma nikogo.
Też mogę się ewentualnie zalogować w międzyczasie i po prostu wejść na tego sharda, bo powinienem wejść na sharda 10.
I masz degraded, czyli tutaj opisali, że zwiększona ilość błędów, czyli więcej rzeczy może nie działać niż typowo codziennie.
No to tak jak zawsze, nie?
Nothing new.
Nothing new, dokładnie.
To powinno być cały czas wyświetlone, nie?
I pewnie będzie, wiesz.
Tak. Tu jeszcze Dante podpowiada, że jeżeli Urix jest online, to lepiej uważać, co trzyma w ręku.
To jest niemożliwe, nie? Ja pierniczę. Następną rzecz, wiecie, jaki jest ten kombinator, nie? Przecież to jest niemożliwe. Co? Na grzyby? Mama na pewno gdzieś jakieś ma warzywa albo owoce, które leżały tam bardzo długo. Pewnie już grzyby wyrosły. Weź zobacz.
Wycisz.
Albo chleb.
Wątpię. Ten model... Zaraz postaram się go na szybciutko ogarnąć, jeszcze zanim cokolwiek wystartuje, żebyśmy mogli sobie popatrzeć na niego. Czy to jest to? Tu jest ta ekipa.
Dobry.
Yo.
I to co? Dzień drugi.
No, dzień drugi.
A nie jest krótszy ten dzień dzisiaj?
Tak, jest krótszy.
No krótszy, gdzieś do 14 ma być.
Guess you got their attention.
No, ja
17 minut.
wyjechałem.
15.
I po tych 15 będzie drugie 30.
Nie no, musi być Giant, musi on się pochwalić. Nie no, za 15 będzie u nich 9:30, a o 10 jest
No,
dopiero pierwszy
a u
pan.
nas o 11, więc...
Więc jeszcze 45 minut. Jak myślicie, czy na Kapitanach of Industry będzie coś nowego? Będzie pewnie coś nowego. Bo napisali, że revisit the classic and more.
Dobra. Jest to. Powinno to być obrazy. Kamadit. O, nie wiem czy widać. Odświeżymy sobie. Także Hornet F7CR podkreśnik A. To jest ten Hornet, który ma dwa silniki z tyłu, skrzydła, które się rozkładają jak skrzydła tego. Ktoś kojarzy? To nie był Plo Koon ze Star Warsów.
Co, Harbingera?
Nie. Nie o to chodzi. W Star Warsie były takie stateczki, którymi, jak była zemsta Shitów, klon Troopersi nim latali. Tak się skrzydełka rozstawiały, jak Wojny Klonów, no. Że on tutaj, na tym elemencie, nie wiem czy mój kursor widać, czy nie, ale na płacie skrzydła on ma małe skrzydełka, które się rozstawiają do góry i na dół. No, robi się taka śmieszna gwiazdka. Tak, protoplasta X-Winga. Ale powiem wam szczerze, że naprawdę ciekawie to wygląda, bo patrząc na sam statek, no to ładna bestia. F8 tego Henry'ego Cavilla, no też dosyć, nie wiem czy wygląda trochę inaczej, ale wydaje mi się, że nie, że model tam jest akurat zachowany. Zaraz zmienimy obrazek.
Ty pokaż, o czym ty mówisz na tym, na czacie.
No, pokazuję na YouTubie.
Mam kuźwa lagi.
I no, powiem wam szczerze, że bardzo ciekawie wygląda ten model.
To jest F7 MK3. To jest.
Ciekawy. Ciekawy model. O,
Dobry.
nie ma.
Cześć, Carlos.
Zbieramy się, zbieramy. Czekajcie, postaram się znaleźć ten model ze Star Warsów.
Broń zydło.
Znajdziemy ten stateczek, czy nie? Pytanie za 100 punktów. Alpha Wing, tak się nazywał? Nie, to nie ten. Ja go znajdę. Tak, chodziło o ARC-170. Dokładnie tak się rozkładają skrzydła też w tym. ARC-170. To tak samo się rozkładają te skrzydełka na tym Hornecie. Na tych płatach skrzydeł do góry i na dół. Po prostu taka, taki trochę... Inaczej wygląda, ale skrzydła tak. Skrzydła mają tą samą zasadę. Zaraz postaram się znaleźć to dalej, jak on rozkłada te skrzydła. O. Nie będzie to może Bóg wie jak wyraźne, bo się akurat jest w locie. Tak właśnie skrzydełka rozkłada. Dosłownie jak ARC 170. Okej. No cóż, Warkan, jak kupujesz plakaty z AliExpressu, to masz dziwnie podpisane. Ale ciekawy model, naprawdę ciekawy. To jest tak jakby, nie wiem, połączyli wyścigówkę z Hornetem bojowym. 6 minut. I zacznie się festyn. Nie wiem, Jammer. Jammer pyta, czy powiedzą, kiedy 4-0 wyjdzie. No, powiedzieli już wczoraj. W sumie. Także plan mają do końca tego roku. Na 4-0. Jakby ktoś...
4-0, 4-0, a gdzie jest Polaris?
Pytanie, czy wrzucą go wcześniej dla hype'u, czy wrzucą go w 4-0 na EIA. Bo też tak mogą zrobić.
No ja mam nadzieję, że na EA jednak.
Na EIA im się na pewno sprzeda i zwiększy sprzedaż, więc raczej nie zobaczymy go teraz. No widzę, że masz tak podpisane dziwnie.
No.
Aha, nie, no dobra, bo to masz obok, no. To dobrze masz podpisane. Masz statek i po prawej opis, i statek i po lewej opis i tak dalej. Jest to tak dziwnie na tym plakacie rozpisane. Ale tak, no. RC 170 Starfighter. Normalnie klon prawie, że
Siema, siema.
tego Horneta. Siema, siema. Zdrówie. Zdrówie. Zdrówie.
Na weekend
Na kielicha.
też.
Tak czytam te czaty w różnych miejscach i ile teorii spiskowych. Że filmik mógł być nagrywany, ten ze Squadrona, z tymi crashami.
Oczywiście, że było nagrywane.
Na to tak nie patrzę. Pokazali, no. A co z tego będzie?
Jak był
No mów.
to jak był nagrywany, to w bardzo kiepskim stanie technicznym nagrywano wtedy.
Ja jestem ciekaw, na jakim PC-cie to nagrywali. Widzieli coś?
Są crashe nagrywane. Nie byłoby crashy, tym bardziej byłoby nagrywane. No po prostu ludzie starają się, moim zdaniem, niektórzy na siłę szukać czegoś złego w tym wszystkim, co pokazują.
Tak.
No, ja się powiem, że to był bardzo wysokiej klasy PC.
Na pewno 40-90 tam było.
Tak, 40-90, ale ciekawe jaki procek, nie jaka platforma.
No, nie wiem jak w Squadronie, ale w PU bardzo dobrze się sprawdzają te AMD-ki z Vicashem. A mogli mieć Intela, powiedzmy 13-14 generacji i ktoś im nie zaktualizował w tym kompie na Expo tego mikrokodu i po prostu Intel wypierdalał. Też jest taka opcja.
A co, wywaliło im przy prezentacji ten?
To żeby...
Teraz
Tak, składronu.
Co,
3 razy czy 2 razy mniej
może,
kosztuje.
ty, a może oni tak jak ten, jak on się nazywa, jak ten, co Cybertrucka reklamował na tej samej zasadzie, kurwa. Wiesz, a panie, wybij szybę. O, kurwa, to wybij jeszcze raz.
No to wszystko się
Odporna.
wzięło z prezentacji jednego z Windowsów przez Billa Gatesa, nie? Jak mu skraszowało przy wszystkich. Właśnie na prezentacji.
Jak ja widzę Crasha, to mi się kojarzy South Park i tam, dajcie mi tu Billa Gatesa, i go kurwa zastrzelił.
dlatego tak wiele osób daje filmiki już, a nie live prezentacje robi.
No i tam rzucili taki komentarz, że chyba na końcu, że następnym razem posłucha Richa Tyrera i kogoś tam jeszcze, bo oni mówili...
Dereda.
A, i Jareda, no, bo oni chyba mu mówili, żeby nagrać. Ale moim zdaniem to nie jest złe, żeby pokazać grę z crashami.
Nie, to pokazuje obecny
Wygląda to
stan,
trochę
nie?
bardziej realistycznie.
Mam pytanie do live'a.
O kurde, Jared!
Jak mam 32 SEU Weevil Exów, to da się to gdzieś sprzedać?
Jak szerokie są?
No to jest 32.
Nie ma opcji.
To jest bezwartościowe.
No właściwie, no jest bezwartościowe. Ale może, nie,
Podzielić jakoś?
nie da.
Nie.
No, nie weźmiesz nożem i nie przetniesz tego.
A automatem to ładować? Nie wiem.
Nie da się, bo i tak musi się sprzedać w miejscu, gdzie się maksymalnie zmieszcza. Tam, nie wiem, 16 Ja ostatni razem próbowałem tą 24 chyba. To jest taka jeszcze średnia, która wyglądała, kiedyś się przyklejała, to teraz się już nie przykleja. Do tych win, w jednym miejscu możesz to sprzedać. Znaczy, w 4, ale wiesz, o co mi chodzi.
Generally, I'm against it.
Na planetach, nie?
If you consider physical
No i
movement of
niestety,
any kind
tak
past
jak
the
masz,
age of
to
40, don't.
no to dupa, nie?
But if you have to do physical movement at
Także
any point after the
zarazem
age of 40,
gratuluję i zarazem
my
współczuję.
recommendation is to stretch at least
Okay.
once in 14 years. So yeah, we're here on day 2. Let's go over a little bit of day 1.
Słuchajcie, ja wczoraj
Day 1 we saw the
byłem
Brave
i
New World's
widziałem, że
Genesis
miał na sobie
presentation.
fajny,
It was a fantastic look at all
fajny
the new
plecak,
planet tech
taki wyglądał.
tools that allow us to build planets like the newly revealed Castor Sherman. We checked in with the organization
Archel, jesteśmy na
presentation. I know it's a
Citizenconie.
social and, universe, and it had all kinds of stuff, the party chat and stuff, but really for me, like, I was there in 2014
No, pokazuje na
and
YouTube.
met Benoit for the first time when he did the very first organization.
Pokazuje na YouTubie.
Presentation, and for the last
A, na
10
YouTubie
years,
pokazujesz, dobra.
every other
Mam
time I
sobie
see that
przyszłość,
man, I'm like,
nawet
when, Benoit?
spróbujecie.
When's our time? When are the orgs coming to the game? And to know that they're finally in active development on their way to the Precision Universe is one of the more exciting things about Star Citizen for me. It's just, you know, we're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's ADI over there and stuff like this. But that's outside the game. To finally get these orgs inside the game is a major milestone that I've waited for so long. And yeah, it's not happening today or tomorrow, but it is in active development. We'll have more updates on that
To jest duży krok,
when we
to,
do
że
our other
wrzucają
shows,
orgi
the
w grę.
ISC and the SAL over the remainder of this year and well
Zarządzanie.
into next year. Then we had that cosplay contest. Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right? I forgot to check. I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was the giant Pico that won. But of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Ken Shadow, if you're in the building, come find me in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring back my water. I don't mind if it's a shot I have to drink. It's my water. He took my water away. But the return of the Valakar Sandworm. We've been waiting for that since 2016. And I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of shot, so I'll move it out of shot. Watching that thing in action, the players play it, it is devastating. It is deadly. It needs a lot of tuning. And I'll give you a little BTS. There was one playthrough that we couldn't use any of the footage from because its projectile spit was bright white. And I want to elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond Pyro presentation, where we finally got confirmation that Nix is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra system pre-production. I'm going to talk, Ian. I know you watched the show. That's pre-production? Are you serious?
Jak trafiasz, bo jak nie trafiasz, to
I've never seen pre-production look quite so good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then of course, the Squadron demo. Who saw the Squadron presentation? Oh, yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan. And then several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do. We have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gather everybody, so everybody could watch the playthrough.
Jakby ten kawałek, ten prolog udostępnili graczom, to mogliby po prostu zebrać dane z różnych buildów komputerowych, z różnych setupów komputerowych, skąd mogą się brać takie crashe.
Oni mają tyle pieniędzy dla tego składrona, że powinni dać radę sobie to zrobić.
Szczerze powiedziawszy, to oni dużo rzeczy by mogli, a nic z tego nie robią.
Zazwyczaj robią kilka miesięcy po tym, jak mówię, żeby ewentualnie coś takiego mogłoby być.
Albo pchają coś na się, a potem miliony hotfixów.
Siada mi kanał, słuchawcy. Nie będę teraz lazł do piwnicy, żeby go lutować.
That Legatus difficulty is no joke. Over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players. Shout out to Tommy, who would play during these reviews and stuff. And Rich is an exceptional player at that. Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were super lethal. And the turret section has full Maelstrom destruction, so a lot of folks who were playing it, the turret would just explode. And yeah, he fell down at the end, but other people would just explode out into space and have to restart. So Rich, you're a decent game director, but you're actually a really good player at that. And you made that Legatus difficulty look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of Citizencon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something and are like, "Here, Disco, put this in your pocket." And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got, these are pins from an F-35 ejector seat. It's an F-30. I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from Citizencon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant challenge bar, I guess. I'm not. These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love patches. Both Tyler Wicken. Shout out to Tyler Wicken. Both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us. We've got Bar Citizen patches from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar Citizen Iraq.
Trzeba było dać Rybakowi, żeby linka mu dał.
Servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago. And then there's some curiosities like this guy. I don't know. I asked him what I was supposed to do with this when he handed it to me, and he said, "Put it in your mouth." I understand that's what a poo lolly is for, but we'll do that after stream. Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the med runners. I'll tell you, MedRunners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the MedRunners at breakfast this morning, and because I had a long, painful walk into the studio, they literally put me in their car and drove me to the event today. So shout out to the MedRunners, helping people in the game, helping people out of the game, doing the kind of things that we love. So, and this was very cool. I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer. I think this is the manufacturer name. This is Gattac or I can't think of the name of the other one right now. And then this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right, so one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do, back in Citizencon, our first digital Citizencon in 2021, I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation during the show. And there's nothing I like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team, shout out to Galactica and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day one of Citizencon, and let's go through and see some of what people said. Citizen of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. Lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved the PU, that the PU got clarity on its next two systems, and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Somebody come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out two members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge to get the coolest jacket we've ever made based on an authentic M1A jacket. Again, Mandy and Kat. If you see them over at the merch booth, tell them Jared sent you, and tell them how much you appreciate their work on this. They're responsible for all the merch at this year's Citizencon, and
Zastanawiam się, czy nie zamówić, ale
and I feel like this is the best merch
nie
we've
wiem,
had.
czy
I'm wearing
brać
the
pod
new
uwagę
black
te
hoodie,
rozmiary i
today,
te
and this
długości,
is a really great
szerokości,
material.
co
This is
podaję.
comfortable. This is going to become a new daily driver here. Okay, that's enough shilling for the merchandise. Rick Rate says his favorite thing was the worm and Sherman and this handsome guy, and there's a gif of Henry Cavill, there at the beginning of our Squadron 42 demo. Let's see. Cosmic D says he loved the dynamic weather demo. All right. Do you know, making videos for Star Citizen is hard. Making videos where the environment is actively trying to crack you is very, very hard. Like, none of that was fake. We got our poor guys, they got into that Zeus and took off, and you saw how it struggled to lift. That wasn't fake. That was the actual dynamic weather system pushing down on the ship and saying, no, you ain't taking off. And then they managed to get it off, and then managed to fly in a straight line and stuff like this. Is that for me? Oh, they want me to wrap up. How rude. How rude. All right, so we'll read one more comment. And then we'll pass on. We're not going to read that
tą
one.
pogodę nie nagrali jako typowo filmik, tylko zrobili to in-game. Okej.
You don't even know my mom. Okay. Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, it's sandworming time, and then sandwormed all over those guys. We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the sim pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Citizencon Day 2. Woo! I'm Sam, and if you didn't meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carg. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on. I think I can smell incompetence. Oh, Dan, there you are. Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right. Look at this. I'm keep blacking out.
Dan, I don't think you should try playing this game.
I don't think I should either, but it's so fun. If you guys are here on the show floor, these Monster Tech sim pits are really haptic. My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet of bullets hitting my rear.
Dan, shall I take over for you?
Please take over.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
All right. Help, thank you. Turns out, not very good at video games, and Sam's really good at video games. So this is gonna go well. Yeah, let's see you get in. All right, well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy. To be fair, I left you in a pretty shit situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're gonna move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi guys, welcome back to Citizencon Day 2 here at Manchester Central. We're so happy to have you back. Like Jared said, hopefully you guys enjoyed the panels yesterday. We covered a bunch of stuff yesterday. Don't worry, there's still a bunch more for you guys to check out today. Between ships, between base building, between the road beyond, there's still a bunch of stuff for us to cover. As you can see, we are here in the general lounge here at the
Czekają w kolejce na wejście.
Aha, bo zachlali się
As you can see, we have our lovely Hornet. We have our players just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, shooting some saddle ball outside of school. When a couple of duel who were up to no good started making trouble in the neighborhood. We got in one little fight, and Captain Bishop got scared, or Admiral Bishop got scared. We said Squadron 42 release date 2026. Who is hype about that? Awesome, guys. We are going to be covering a bunch of stuff here today. We have a bunch of community booths still to cover.
2 lata temu
We have some
mówili to
awesome
samo, że
models to
będzie
show
za 2
off
lata.
here on the show floor as well. There's still so much more to cover, and I'm really excited. We only have a little bit more time together, though. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of, and hopefully you guys are having just as much fun watching the show as I am running it. Now, as you can see, we have our themed stuff. We didn't really get into the theming last year. I want to get down into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As you can see, we have Bioticorp Waste. We have the Robert Space Industries. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go a little bit into the community booth area, just a little bit. As you can see, we have this problem in the verse as well. Get a look at that. People just stacking up their med boxes. Wasteful. Wasteful. For shame. Throw it away. Littering.
Laska mnie rozwaliła.
Come follow me. We're going to make our way out. Hi, everybody. We're making our way through. Guys, it has been such a pleasure to be back at Citizencon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at
pudełka to chyba najlepsza imersja z gry.
Managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku, all the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X, who cares what it's called these days. I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the updated information, chatting with y'all, and it's been such a pleasure getting to actually get to know you guys as well. You guys have been so amazing here at Citizencon this year.
Dzień dobry, stary bobry.
We're just making sure that we catch as many people here on the show floor as possible. In case you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we have the Addison Lounge. The Addison Lounge is a place just like the General Lounge for you guys to chill out. Make sure you guys are getting a drink. If you guys have a VIP ticket, you guys have special access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in a long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. Yui, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. That's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover it, but it still looks pretty cool. Now, I think we're ready to throw over to our first presentation, so I'm going to throw it back over to Jared. We'll see you guys later for some more community booth stuff. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching.
Now I'm just hydrating on camera. Just just doing his job. We are backstage now. This is an area that we don't usually get to see at Citizencon. This is the backstage area where the nerve center of the entire live stage show here. These are the folks who are working tirelessly to make sure that all the right slides go on screen, all the right videos play, all the right sounds play. Hey everybody, how you doing? As you can see, they're very, very
Entuzjazm
focused.
ekipy.
Excited to be here? Consummate professionals dedicated to doing their job. Hey, how am I doing? My mom likes what I do. All right, so guys, that's it for the pre-show. We're about, what time is it? How much time we got? We're about, oh, that's not even my clock. We're about 10 minutes away from the proper start of day 2, so we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, kiss your loved ones goodbye for the next 4 to 5 hours as we present day 2 of Citizencon. It's a different beast. Yesterday was the universe that we create. Today is dedicated entirely to the destiny that you're going to build. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it, and I'm really excited about
Słowa
today. So,
normalnie.
thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody.
Destiny you're gonna build. A tu się wszyscy schowali. No co tam tak pusto, to już wszyscy siedzą. Hola Brazil!
Dzień dobry.
Cześć.
Zaczęło się już?
No,
Tak.
godzinę temu.
Jak to dzisiaj wcześniej?
No pewnie.
Nie no, godzinę miała, pół godziny.
A wasz jest jak tylko na szybko.
Ale na główne show zdążyłeś.
Zrobiłem jedną misję, trochę skopałem, bo się rozwalił statek o ziemię, 64 miliony z jednej misji.
O, Junak.
Było już coś ciekawego, coś mnie minęło?
Nic.
W ogóle
Pieprzenie Gareda cię ominęło.
na tym demo składana wypatrzyłem ryj tego scenarzysty.
Akurat ten.
Zapowiadał jakąś niespodziankę wielką dzisiaj?
Dobry moment. To znaczy, czy wielka niespodzianka? No, dzisiaj base building i statki do base buildingu, więc zobaczymy.
1-0.
No i 1-0 na koniec.
Za mało statków w tej grze, tak?
To znaczy, z tego co
Oczywiście,
się...
zawsze będzie mało.
No, wariantów
To
zamiast
ja
wypuszczać.
ostatnio kosmicznym, do czego tu potrzeba?
Za krótka kolejka konceptów jest do zrobienia.
No, Endeavor będzie na końcu.
Znaczy w ogóle to za mała ekipa do robienia tych statków.
Siema, Dawid.
Niech ją zwiększą, co problem.
Powiem
Nie wiem, no to już musisz się spytać Chrisa, no co za problemy.
Powiem ci tak. No niestety, oni po prostu starają się wydłużać tego Endeavora jak tylko mogą najbardziej i wrzucają coś pomiędzy, no.
Ale tam
Ciekawe
jest
jestem,
kurczę kompleksowy mocno, nie? Bo
Teraz
mają
pracuje
tam
osób
jakieś
z CIP
plany,
nad stacją Citizencon.
Modłowy.
w ogóle będzie niezły.
Przyciszę na chwilę, żeby nas było słychać.
Nie no, technologię modułu już mają pracowaną.
Tak, tylko niech Karaka ogarną z tym cargo. Bo fajnie, że pokazali,
Co
że pracują
było?
nad tym, nad przysłoną jego. A gdzie są kurwa anteny, ja się pytam.
Przy okazji retaliatora już zaczęli opracowywać moduły, nie?
Więc może coś więcej powiedzą o Galaxii. Może wypuszczą moduł budowniczy do Galaxii.
Więc jak to mówią pieszczotliwie, Tali już jest takim prekursorem modułów.
Ja czekam tylko na jedno.
Aż to wszystko jebnie.
Nie, ja czekam na Star Lancera. Jak
A,
tego nie będzie dzisiaj, to ogólnie cały konzum mnie nie obchodzi. Kompletnie.
co jesteś ciekaw, w czym będzie Star Lancer, czy oni podawali na leaksach?
Star Lancer 240 SCU Cargo, 6 razy S5 dla pilota.
Co?
350 dolców.
A to od miska, ten co, ten taki średni, co ma być, tak?
Ja mówię, na tych chyba było jakby 3 dni do całego Citizenconu, to pokazali takie właśnie skrzydełko miska. I potem na stronie zmienili nazwę czegoś tam ze Star Lancer Old na New, czy jakoś tak. Zastanawiałem się właśnie, czy to może mieć coś wspólnego.
Zobaczymy. Ja tylko mam nadzieję, że nie zmienią konceptu Pioneera. Że Pioneer będzie wyglądał jak wygląda, bo się trochę kurzę. Jeśli oni zrobią z Pioneerem to, co zrobili z Karakiem.
Oj, chyba się wkurzysz, on wygląda za płasko.
No Karak to praktycznie potrzebuje tylko otwierania tych wrót na cargo, nie? Jak ma Caterpillar i już będzie spoko.
Ja tam się nie wkurzę, jak zmienię koncept Endeavora.
No,
a tak musi się rozrosnąć.
Karaka naprawili z tym cargo, bo będzie mi się łatwiej kradło z niego cargo wtedy.
Tak chciałem wiedzieć, co planują na przyszły rok.
Jak to są Endeavora?
O, rybak potwierdza, że Rich Tyler grał w grę.
Co tu potwierdzać? No wszyscy widzieli przecież.
No wiesz, ale no niektórzy mają wątpliwości, czy to nie było nagrane.
A to ci wszyscy, co są płaskoziemcami. Teoria płaskoziemca. Kurwa, reptylian, kurwa, żyjących, kurwa.
Nie no, ja rozumiem, że ktoś już może mieć dość. Ktoś ma, nie wiem, mniejsze pokłady cierpliwości i inne
Ktoś ma kupionego Endeavora i czeka.
No to zawsze każdemu mówię to samo, co powtarzam. Zawsze nie chcesz grać, wyłącz, odinstaluj, sprzedaj konto, do widzenia. Po co ci taki problem?
Ale z drugiej strony,
Ja powiem tak, na najlepszy... Mogę? Mogę?
Działa, to nie znaczy, że musisz go odsyłać do Google'a, nie?
Na najlepszy dowód na to, że to była na żywo grana gra, są sceny z tą wieżyczką ze strzałami, jak tam strzelasz jako bohater. I widać w tle, jak wszystko spowalnia po prostu, nie? Wieżyczka normalnie działa, a wszystko w tle spowalnia. Wybuchy, wszystko. Na pewnym momencie doszło do sytuacji, eksplozje na statku łącznie z ogniem po prostu stały się nieruchome, nie?
Powiem tak,
zwróciliście uwagę.
To była gra, to było w scenariuszu te 2 crashe.
3 crashe. 3.
2 były w scenariuszu, 3 był niezaplanowany.
Niezaplanowany.
Windows Media Player crashed.
Tam chyba coś nie tak z ramem musiało być, bo to było widać, że...
Download proper codec, nie?
No niektórym się po prostu przelewa, no. Ile ja w Star Citizen jestem? Ponad 6 lat. I no, nadal liczę na to, że no, coś z tego będzie. I jak na razie, patrząc na progres, jak ja zaczynałem grać, jak dostępny był Port Olisar, Księżyce Crusadera i akurat wchodził Hurston z Lorville, no to mamy duży przestrzał pomiędzy tym, co było, a tym, co jest.
Wszystko się zgadza. A teraz pytanie, ile tutaj jest osób, które wbiło konsjerża?
Nie wypowiem się na ten temat.
Wstrzymam się od składania zeznań.
To ja chyba też.
No ja mam tylko Mustanga. I następne co kupię to składu. Wierzycie w ogóle
Ja
w
to pamiętam.
W 26?
Pierwsze czasy, jak
z czym wierzymy?
Aurorą oblatywało się jedną, jedyną pierwszą stację, kurwa, w Star Citizenie. To było coś.
Tak. Ja pamiętam...
Szedłeś z jednej strony, wychodziłeś od razu z drugiej, bo był taki bug.
Ja pamiętam wędrówkę po Port Olisar od strony zewnętrznej. Im dalej od launchpadów, to tym mniejsza ilość tekstur.
3 minuty.
No.
Pierwsza była Aurora, kurwa, pierwsza jakaś stacja. Pamiętam, chciałem do niej wsiąść, kurwa, to z jednej strony wsiadłem, z drugiej wysiadłem od razu, mówię, co jest, kurwa. Dopiero później zajarzyłem, że jak wsiadam i jestem w środku, to się muszę ruszyć i wtedy przerywa się animacja i zostajesz w środku.
Aha, okej. No ja swego
od
czasu...
początku robili tą grę tak byle jak, no tak?
w sumie.
No, ojciec, ty się pytałeś, czy za 200k przyjdę pilnować na jump poincie tego transportu cargo, nie? Właśnie z jednej misji 64 miliony zarobiłem.
Okej.
Musisz tam trochę ceny kupić.
Pytanie, jak długo te misje będą
Okradłeś
takie...
ich, tak? Czy co zrobiłeś?
Nie no, akurat się rozbiła C2, mogło być więcej, nie? Tylko, że się rozbiła i wyleciało 9 boksów 32 SCU Maze, nie?
Ale to mogłeś sprzedać, tak?
Tak, tylko właściwie to można sprzedawać.
Aha.
Spokojnie, przyjdzie vibe, wszystko wyrówna.
Tak.
No to ja będę się cieszę na każdego wipe'a, wtedy się gęby zamyka wszystkim tym, co cargo duplikowali.
Tak.
Ogólnie na samym początku, jak ja grałem, to wipe'y były co patch, więc co 3 miesiące zaczynało się od początku. 30k występowało dużo częściej, więc praktycznie jak się leciało z dragami do Lewskiego, żeby sprzedać, bo Lewski miał największe zapotrzebowanie, to po prostu człowiek leciał i tak oby kurwa nie było 30k, no nie? Ale do tej pory pamiętam, jak 2 razy mieliśmy styczność z Francuzami na jump poincie. Za pierwszym razem byli tylko Caterpillarem i jedną 600, więc Caterpillar pufnął na miejscu z prawie pełnym cargo. Wtedy Widow był. I za drugim razem też trafiliśmy na nich, już byli mądrzejsi, były 3 600. Nie byliśmy w stanie rozjebać Caterpillara na miejscu, na jump townie, ale zrobili jeden błąd, bo takiej ilości sprzedadzą tylko na Lewskim, więc my już czekaliśmy na Lewskim. I pierwsze co wyszło z Quantum to był Caterpillar. I cóż.
Odbiliście go?
Nie no, rozwaliliśmy.
Po co odbijać?
Także miliony cargo po prostu wtedy nie wypadały. O! Zaczyna się.
O.
Lubrykant przygotowany.
No, Warkan po prostu drugi biceps dzisiaj trenuje. Także zrobimy jakiś meeting. Może się kiedyś uda. Jak Warkan przyjedzie na meeting Linksa, to będzie miał takie bicepsy, że ja pedał.
As the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched. I think it was November or December and whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some Xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel, if we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the persistent universe. Starting next year,
Chłopisko zmachał tym
the
turlaniem.
persistent universe truly becomes yours.
Tak dziwnie zdanie zbudował.
Troszeczkę bym to...
Wiesz, jest zasada zachowania pędu. Jak się rozpędzi, to już miał problem.
W przyszłym roku to już bym się tak nie rozpędzał do przyszłego roku.
One of my dear friends, one of my DMs, hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look.
Starting next year, czyli z początkiem nowego roku mielibyśmy budować bazę, przynajmniej nie wiem, no.
Nie wiem, czy nie klejmy po prostu wrócą, wiesz?
Dziwne zdanie, więc jestem ciekaw, co powiedzą.
Thank you, Jared. And thank you, Citizencon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about.
Dobry.
But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering
Będzie trzeba
profession.
zbierać i ręcznie, i pojazdem, i statkiem, bo każdy z tych
Currently, only mining resources can be
miningowych
refined,
trybów będzie
but doing so
dropił
allows you to turn
dodatkowy
them into
materiał
more
do
valuable
craftu.
processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints.
Skupy kupiona będzie można zrobić.
So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
To był jego chyba ten róg.
No wiem, ale śmieję się, że ten kupa kupiona.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just isn't the aim of shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars.
No, to by było też kozackie.
Choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
Zobaczymy, ile z tego kurwa faktycznie dojedzie.
It's all optional.
No.
You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter.
Bo znając życie, to się kurwa kupę whale'ów rozpłaczę, że coś jest kurwa zrobione za ciężko i potem to ułatwią.
But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value.
Ale kto wie.
Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, Citizencon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Oh. Najciekawsze pytanie to when.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats.
Okay.
Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game.
Fajnie wygląda to UI.
This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft
Vital Pulse Pipe.
For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation. But craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
Super hot dog.
Jaka paruwa, wariacie.
So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an
Teraz to
item.
trzeba kupić
with
laboratorium
improved
badawcze
base
do
stats.
Endeavora, żeby te wszystkie
So a
blueprinty
higher tier
robić.
item will be better than a lower tier item
Cóż,
that was
kiedyś
made
się do
with
ciebie
materials of
uśmiechniemy,
the
jak
same
będziesz
quality.
robił te blueprinty za 10 lat.
Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
A, pojazdy aż do tier 5? Ciekawe, co by się zmieniało z tymi tierami w statkach.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel.
I chuj ze skupionymi statkami,
Many
to
of you have
będą
already
tier
bought your
1.
favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch,
Może
right?
właśnie piątki.
Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or
ty co
otherwise
kupujesz
commandeered
jedynki.
a vehicle.
Będzie pay to win.
Not to worry. You can
No,
still benefit
to
from
tak.
crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the
Hajs się
tier of an
musi
existing
zgadzać.
vehicle,
O, można
including
polepszyć statki do tieru wyższego. Tylko gdzie kurwa znajdę taką stocznię, żeby Idrisa stierować?
including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a
nie po
lot
to
of time
pokazali
over
Shermana?
crafting it from scratch. So it's a convenient way for
Sherman
established
znajdziesz
vehicle
taką
owners
stocznię.
to bring the
Właśnie
benefits of item stats to their fleet.
Po to ci pokazali, żebyś się
Let's
tam...
take a look in game at the
minutę.
difference it makes to have high tier equipment made from high quality materials.
Patrzmy, jakie różnice. O,
See how the recoil is reduced on our high tier gun.
okej. Wpływa na recoil?
The spooling is faster on a high tier quantum drive.
Okej. No, to są fajne perki.
O, jakieś nowe kwantumowe.
And a high tier scraper beam is much more effective.
No, to kurwa, będzie trzeba upgrade'ować. Vulture, kurwa, Vulture gryzie tą A2 czy C2 tak jak
So, that's an
Reclaimer.
overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk
Czyli
you through the
dlatego
full
oni
crafting
teraz to
process.
wszystko nerfią,
Thank
bo
you,
jak
and have a
będziesz
good
miał
day.
kurwa upgrade'y, to wtedy będziesz miał to o wiele ulepszone, nie?
O, to ma sens.
Nie, oni teraz tego nie nerfią, oni przy tego przywracają stan fabryczny. Ty już grałeś tym ulepszony.
Oni to nerfią po to, że jak już będziesz miał zaupgrade'owaną rzecz, to będzie taka, jaka jest teraz.
We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate.
Okay.
Other examples would be
Research time 4 dni.
complete missions,
O ludzie.
acquire research data from the science guild.
Ale wykraftuj jeszcze 100 voltów.
Research is time intensive.
O
in addition
matko.
to the action required.
Będzie grind.
It will take time for the research data bank to
sceptycznie tak na to
process your
patrzę.
research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once.
Kilkudniowy crafting. Ale Warframe mnie tego przyzwyczaił już
And you
dawno.
decided what to craft, you also know what resources
Dobrze,
to look
przynajmniej nie
for.
będzie za łatwo.
Every
No.
blueprint you find will have unique requirements and
Kraftować rzeczy i
needs.
sprzedawać innym
It will
graczom może.
not just
Z
be
tego będzie
no.
właśnie między innymi Endeavor.
We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality.
Kosmiczny pomidorek.
If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources.
Ciekawe, czy będzie można rzucać nimi w krzyża.
If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There's There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later.
Fabrication hangar. Co? Czy z tyłu Pioneer stał?
Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your orc mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist.
Mega sale.
There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so.
Egzotyczny blueprint.
It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention.
Na tym będzie można kasę zbić. Jak zrobisz generator shieldów, kurwa, wyjebany w kosmos i na rynek gospodarczy.
Oczywiście na Discordzie Star Citizena już ludzie płaczą, nie? Że jak to, kurwa, quality ore, co, jak to, że to jest głupie, kurwa.
Nie ma tak łatwo, dobrze.
Jeszcze nie wprowadzili, już się zaczyna płaczeć.
Żeby szukać tych quality orów.
I coś czuję, że pod tym się ugną, kurwa, że będą to zmieniać, żeby nie tego, kurwa, nie, że mi się nie chce.
Oby nie. Bo na tym będzie kasa dla ludzi, którzy zajmą się tym.
No właśnie o to chodzi, nie? Jak ktoś będzie, wiesz, za tym gonił, kurwa, to fajne rzeczy porobi, będzie miał z tego fajną kasę, nie? A jak oni to uproszczą, to będzie chuj, a nie kasa.
No dobra, base building. Tell me more.
I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Statki.
Jeszcze nie.
Statki 11:15 będą.
Good morning, citizens.
Zająć się takie najbardziej rozbudowane, to musisz profesję mieć.
Ale trochę jakby ten, inżynierowie z tego, z elitki, nie? Tylko, że fizycznie.
Tak, Dedal,
Who's
dobrze
excited
rozumiesz.
to start talking about this next topic?
Niektórzy po prostu chcą grać
Let's get into
nadal w
it. My
arenę
name
Commander.
is Luke Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for
Ale
you.
ładna lokacja.
From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Okay. Taczka.
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
Widzisz te oferty na eBayu, które sprzedają ładne miejsca zaklamowane.
Jak w Starfieldzie.
No.
A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous. But in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
To nie Starfield.
Ładnie.
We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem. Because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode. But we'll explain this later. The fuel generator
Kurwa, nie dość, że możesz obrócić, to jeszcze góra dół.
Wysokość.
Each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to
Modele
build,
kurwa budynków
but
mają
it
ładne
requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance.
Zawsze robili to z
If a
pompą,
structure is not
jeżeli chodzi
maintained,
o
it will halt its
jakość
activity.
tekstury i
Players will need to
szczegółowość.
maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building.
Bezpieczniki.
Next up, we have a
Czyli ktoś
terminal
może się
that gives us
zakraść,
access to the
zajebać ci
status
bezpiecznik
of our building.
I wyłączyć kurwa
And
całą
more
bazę.
importantly, we get to activate it here.
Fajnie. Tylko wiesz, jak zrobią jeszcze coś takiego, że masz wieżyczki do obrony czy coś,
No nie, no
to ci się
oczywiście.
nie zakradną, nie?
As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the
Wtedy
construction
jedynie co, to
process
tak jak
of the
mówiłeś,
buildings.
A2, bombka i do widzenia.
And it looks like Declan
Pytanie, czy
is
będzie
now
można na
hooking
przykład
up the
shield
power to the
generator
build-
budować
the power
na bazę.
to the building.
Wiesz, że kopułę masz.
I wonder what he was
O,
up
to już
to.
budowali?
Popatrzeć w tej liście ten do
A
budowania,
na
czy tam nie ma
A2 to
czegoś
trzeba
takiego.
mieć baterię przeciwrakietową, tak?
Ale bajer.
Declan has been busy decorating the place.
Wow.
As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in.
Nie no, ja już jestem zahypowany.
I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Dla mnie to jest coś...
Teraz by się przydał ten shut up and take my money.
Tak.
Jeżeli chodzi o base building, to ja po prostu lubię wszystkie buildery. Czy to
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building.
To jest pierwsze, co budujemy, to
is a mobile
headquarter Linksa.
device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter.
Do katera się zmieści.
The graph
Statka
card
kosmiczna.
allows us
Okay.
to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're all in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
I to jeszcze quality. Znaleźć pole. Was zajebistym quality.
Flat enough to place my structures on.
Turf Wars.
Are
Jak
there any
nic Turf
underground
Wars.
extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure
Solid
creation
extractor,
mode.
liquid extractor, gas extractor.
Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure.
Aha, i tiery budynków
Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing. Then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have a unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within construction ER.
Dosłownie Starfield.
We can also link multiple buildings together.
No to jak ktoś zrobi rafinerię paliwa, to będzie zarabiał kupę
and
kasy.
shortage
Starfield na
of,
sterydach.
inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need to be supplies coming in and going out to
Ale
be
to będzie teraz piracenie na tym.
Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next?
Tylko pytanie.
By było, wiesz, tego nie ma, ale
Then
by
we can
było
actually
piracenie na
upgrade
tych
our
rzeczach.
structure. Structures can be
ciekawe
upgraded from
pojęcie.
tier 1
Bioplast,
till
nie.
tier 3.
Te
The
points
better
of
material
interest.
you
Jakieś
provide,
LSPO,
the better the improvement will
Elektrium.
be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting
God
presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the
Dura
structural
steel,
integrity
cool.
of the building, or
Hacking
make its resource
difficulty.
consumption more
Very
efficient.
hard.
To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought,
No i
crafted,
łyżeczko kurwa
and
w
found
hubie i
in
tu
the
się
universe.
możesz wylogować.
O,
No, to by było dobre.
It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed
Jako
and
medyk
moved
takiego
using
zrobić
decorative ER
w
mode
postaci
as a
szpitala. O
hologram.
kurwa.
no.
This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't
Czyli
fit
łóżka
through the door.
kurwa medyczne
And you
też
get to
będzie
place
można
them
craftować.
directly from your local inventory.
Pewnie.
Tak samo tiery,
The
1,
less
2, 3.
trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to lock their furniture into place, so that only
Można
you
było
and
wiele
your
użyć
friends
przecież już
get to
sam, nie?
rearrange your
Sobie
decorations.
urządzić to, zanim będzie się
And
znosić.
best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships.
Podstępy, gdzie wpłaci dodali, też co można statki oddali.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro.
Dobra,
Now that we have a
mam
understanding
obecnie
of the
40
basics
lat,
of
na
base
50
building,
może
we'll
się
explore
doczekam.
how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication.
Sporo osób nad tym pracuje.
No.
Ja wiem, tak sporo.
Now give me a warm welcome.
Większość nad
for
skwadronem.
O, bardzo możliwe, nie?
Właśnie ciekaw jestem, ile osób teraz pracuje na składonie w porównaniu z rok temu.
Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down to the extra big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base?
Show.
Good,
Show it.
because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be.
Okay.
So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage.
Ile osób zginie w tej windzie?
Okej. To jest ten, żuraw. Na żurawie kurwa siadasz.
O kurwa.
Nieźle.
Aby klimatyzacja tam była.
Construction AR, and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together, just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
No, od razu ten. Kleją się budynki do konstrukcji.
Fajne.
Alright, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors.
Ekstraktory.
particular one is a large
Ładne.
solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on.
Ja będą misje na takie jakieś opuszczone bazy
We
czy
have our
coś.
output grid here where we're getting all the brand new
Czyli jak można
resources
sobie
up out the
postawić
ground.
własną windę cargo, to znaczy, że będzie jakieś bazowe inwentory.
Kurwa, to nie ma porównania do tych starfieldowych. Te starfieldowe to
No.
nie
Mówili o tym wczoraj na tych organizacjach.
Jeszcze niech to połączą kurwa z inżynieringiem i inżynier będzie musiał chodzić naprawiać ekstraktory.
No tak, wear and tear jest normalnie na budynkach.
Ja pierdolę.
Sobie wyobrażam, że mógł
Maintenance bazy będziesz musiał zrobić, no nie? Inspektor
Właśnie
budowlany
nawet
będzie musiał
musiał-
przejść, sprawdzić.
Przegląd bazy, które
O,
sobie odpalić.
animacje nawet już mają. O chuj. No odpalaj,
Wow.
odpalaj. Jebnij
Laser
laserem
czy
w
nie
ziemię.
laser?
Good. Zmieniamy.
Wow.
A, jeszcze kopcą. Okej. Czyli
Alright, now we want to turn
peta nam
those
tu
raw
będzie
resources
wskakiwać.
into more valuable refined materials. We saw the process talk
Wow.
about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery.
Oh,
We have
wow.
liquid and gas again, as well as biological,
Yeah.
depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods.
It's ten brud
This is
na tych
determined the way you
platformach,
select
to
which blueprint you want to use, and
budowany,
therefore
czy
which
może
type
od
of refining
planety
method
zależy?
you want.
Jak tu masz jakiś piach.
O wow.
Ładne. Ładne te budynki. Industrial po prostu taką strefę ekonomiczną odpierdolę, że będzie dym się unosił z daleka.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
Ty widziałeś to?
Place is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
I ten żuraw wybity na
Ciekawe, czy będzie
tle wszystkiego.
trzeba
How
właśnie
dare.
te skały jakoś, nie wiem, miningiem czy czymś.
Kurwa, zajebiście.
How dare you. Warkan już ma problem.
We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as
Kurwa,
possible.
jak to wygląda z tej...
And with
Yo.
base building, we're introducing the concept
Argo,
of a freight
malutkie
elevator
uleje.
Cargo.
network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A,
Ja pierdolę.
Aha, czyli można storować pod ziemią i wyciągnąć na
and then we're
tamtym drugim.
retrieving it on freight elevator
Tak,
B.
to mówię, no
There is a distance
mówiłem
limit
ci
that you
szczerze,
can
że
daisy
są
chain the
cargo windy,
elevators
to
together
będziesz miał
to
coś na
extend
stylu
that.
inwentory.
And it has to all be contained within the same base.
Kiedy to będzie?
Ja.
Nie tak szybko. Chociaż patrząc na to, że mają budynki, dosłownie mają budynki, żywe budynki i to szczegółowe,
Now, as we
z
expand, we might
animacjami.
want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There'll be permissions that we
Przypuszczam,
can
że
set
jakby
up,
tego,
grant some people
kurwa,
access
Chris nie
to our
wstrzymał,
base,
to
and
by
they can
pewnie
build their own
odjebał.
structures if they wish.
Jo.
We
Zajebiście.
can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight
Org
elevators.
storage. O!
To tam mówili wczoraj, jak gadali o
No, wiem.
Zajebiście.
No cóż, będzie trzeba zbudować bazę Lynxa.
Tak.
I to
Mocna
taką,
rozgrywka w
taką
stronę
ekonomiczną
Store our ships,
strefę.
so the trusty hangar will do.
O,
Gracze
hangar
solo już
własny.
mają przejebane.
Własny hangar.
Lynx Mining Center?
Tak, Lynx Mining Center, no.
No. Jo.
You see, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special and it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
Aha, to jest Fabrication Hangar. To
Does
nie
anyone
był
want to
Pioneer
guess
w tle.
what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us.
Kurwa, po takich bazach to będą potrzebne te PTV-ki. Już wiem, po co te wózki golfowe. Zrobisz taką bazę, że będziesz jak po mieście jeździł.
To ma klaty, bo jakoś tam...
Oj, będzie trzeba pilnować takich rzeczy. Albo automatyczny system, albo nie spać, no.
Zaparkujesz tam Idrisa, a on będzie kuźwa już sam po nim.
Statek czy pojazd?
Nie no, animacje
Shipyard,
mają
tak.
kurwa na takim
Nie.
poziomie. O, C1.
Zeus. C1.
Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship. So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them.
Tam nad
But
tym
because they
fabrication
are a
hangar
crafted
jest
item, they can also be sold to other players.
Odyseja? Takie coś dziwne latało.
No.
Setting up shops.
Proszę.
O! Spoko.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock.
O, kurwa, z ekspozycji można sprzedawać. Zajebiście. Pomyśleli dosłownie o takich szczegółach.
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is
Aż
you can
dziwne.
genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items
Jestem
on shelving.
zaskoczony.
You can even go as far as to make
Wiesz
your own
co,
ship
to w
showroom.
tle tego
You can
fabrication
advertise your wares on a Moby Glass for UEC. However, it
Jeszcze
is
się nie
important to note that the
przyzwyczaiłeś,
point
że
of
starczy
purchase will
dbał o
always
szczegóły.
occur at the
To znaczy
base.
nie zawsze w parze idzie im
Now
po
that we know how to set
prostu
up shop, I just
zajmowanie
want to
się
take a moment
rzeczami,
to talk about why it's so
które
impactful
powinny
for
być od
crafting
razu.
and base building the game as a whole.
Tak jak właśnie
Understandably,
orgowy
throughout this presentation,
system w
we've been
grze.
telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game.
Okay.
Albo Odyssey.
On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be
Taki
more at
misk
peace?
eksploracyjny mi się kojarzy.
We've talked about selling items that sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like I want to use this place for cargo, I want this
czyli
for
możesz
housing, vehicles, and so on.
swoją działkę wylać
You'll be
betonem.
able to earn paints in game and apply them to buildings.
To może brzydko.
Aha, kolorki, no dobra,
Przecież
kolorki to okej, no niektórzy lubią kolorki. Dla mnie może to być szare.
As well as had your own custom tech,
Cały
so if you're part
beton
of an
i po
org,
środku jakiś
the blue
park.
the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours.
Ale nazwa budynku? Okej.
We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details.
czyli
First, we
farmingu
have
nie mają.
farming and ranching.
Nie mają
Farming comes in
ogarniętego.
two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the
I tak
appropriate
naprawdę
environment.
połowę
If you
techu
remember back
zrobili.
to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water and shelter.
Chyba
But in
zostanę
return, they will
farmerem.
provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't
Chuj,
really see a
jebniesz
sandworm
tę
ranch
strefę
anytime
ekonomiczną
soon,
a
but the
obok, kurwa, farmy.
quasi-grazer will, of course, will.
Ekologicznie, no nie?
Maybe.
O, kurwa, no nie, jak taką bazę można pierdolnąć, to po chuj do miasta lecieć. Budujesz swoje własne.
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have
Czy
abandoned
wiesz,
pads,
w tym
garages,
momencie będą
roads,
mieli
fencing,
co
as
robić
well as new variants of
kosmiczni
structures
trackerzy,
we've
nie?
seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal.
O, drogi nawet
As well
są.
as the XL structure class. So if you remember,
Kurwa,
everything
no,
we've seen
SimCity w
today,
starszej
everything we've
Citizen.
seen today rather is
U
large.
ciebie kupuje, a ty
XL
potem
is
leci do
larger than
TDD i
large.
sprzedaje w mieście, nie?
Manchester.
And then you have
O
your
kurwa.
defense.
Defense. Jest defense, kurwa. New Manchester.
Dobrze, kozak.
Mury, kurwa. Gatey.
So, in lawful areas, you have
Zajebiście.
varying levels of security provided for you. With max
I
security,
nowa na
you are
wjeździe.
protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, pyro
New
and the
Manchester.
likes, you'll have to provide your own
No,
defenses.
naprawdę własne miasto będziemy
These come
mogli
in the form
zbudować.
of perimeter walls,
Sosnowie.
shielding,
Sosnowie.
which prevents
Mówiłem, że
aerial
można to
bombardments,
rozwalać,
and then a range of
mówiłem.
automated turrets such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and
Zajebiście.
anti-ship.
To fajne będą wojny PvP.
O, kurwa.
To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can of course have multiple. These can be
Ciekawe, czy są
across a single
zależności
planet,
pomiędzy bazami,
moons,
jeżeli na
across
jednym
multiple systems.
księżycu. Właśnie
There are advantages
chyba o
and
to chodzi.
Budujesz
disadvantages
bazy,
of
przyleci
locations
inny
of those
ork,
types.
przejmie ci i zapomni.
For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in
No
return.
tak, bo to
In
jeszcze
lawless,
płacisz podatek.
low cost, high chance of better quality
Tam było,
materials, but no
że
security to fall
podatek
back
za
on.
Tak, tak.
Small
tygodniowy.
cabin in the woods
Nie
can be
będziesz
great
płacił
to set up a
podatku,
single
ale
play
nie
session,
będzie żadnej
short
ochrony.
build
Będziesz
times.
płacił
However,
podatek,
large
będziesz miał
bases
za
we
to
just saw
ochronę.
will take days, weeks, or
I
even
spłacić
months, depending on
graczom.
how big you want to go.
I warto będzie po prostu budować
You might wanna
fajne
buy-
bazy na księżycach w Pyro, żeby wydobywać materiał i zrobić w Stantonie jedną bazę, która będzie obrotowa. Będzie obracać towarami i crafterskimi rzeczami.
Albo czy pojawią się jakieś mafie, co zapełnią obronę przed nimi samymi.
Na pewno.
Płacisz, masz ochronę, ziomy.
O, przed nami.
But before we go, we have one
Nogi
final
mamy.
video.
One final video? No, poka. Podam ciekawego. Bo już mnie mają tymi bazami. Nieważne kiedy, ja chcieć. Misa like it. Uff. Co tam beczy na tym?
Niczym pracę. Jakąś bazę, co gdzieś tam niewolników zsyłać.
Tak.
Tych organizacji będzie.
O, i napierdalanka.
Wojny, ja to lubię.
O chuj.
Wojny orgowe.
Jaka klimatyczna miejscówka, Javelin w tym.
Zajebiście.
Wyobraź sobie, że ktoś by zaatakował Javelinem twoją bazę, ty byś go rozwalił i by on został na stałe.
Ja pierdolę, jakie to jest rozciągnięte.
No.
Pięknie.
Pora parcela, kurde. Pewnie jest 20 km jak nic.
I to jest to, co stworzy ruch pomiędzy graczami. Tu, gdzie sandbox po prostu osiągnie.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to
Ja będę
Kian
budował
and
research
James Way.
o
They worked very hard on
posteśniegowskim.
this and you might see that base again
W różnych
later
dziwnych
today.
miejscach.
So stick around. Thank you.
Napisałem na tym czacie Discorda Star Citizena, że Full release 1.0 pod koniec tego stulecia.
Hello, Citizencon. I'm Kirsten,
Link
your
City
Cortec
będzie
producer,
budowane.
and I'm here off the back of that
Przekaźnij na
amazing
pompkę
presentation
nic o bazach
with Thorsten.
kosmicznych.
How are you feeling,
Jakichś
Thorsten?
orbitalnych.
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change, or an exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material. And of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like, we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops.
No i coś czuję, że Wergar będzie bardzo uwielbiał napadać na bazę innych graczy. I z tego będziemy mieli kurwa takie później bitki. Będą takie kosy z ludźmi.
The biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also
Całe eskadry
will give us
A2, tak?
a good opportunity to
A2 są zbyt oplepane, co to za, wiesz, wysiłek zrzucić bombę na kogoś. Trzeba tam wpaść, zrobić rozpierdol, wyrwać komuś flaki.
Burzyć budynek.
Ciekawe, czy będzie można kiedyś użyć jako broni tych bandulów.
posypać. Or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources
Nastroj
that you can
doniczki.
only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot.
Będzie trzeba zbudować lunksowe imperium.
Super exciting. Well, on that note, how has this Citizencon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your Citizencon today and yesterday?
W bingo mam kartę
it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself.
Ojciec, pytanie
So
o pionera. To jest pionie, że będziesz mógł ty tylko produkować, czy ty
Nie wiem, bo możliwe, że w drugim panelu powiedzą coś więcej o Pionierze.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shoutouts to Aras.
Będzie taki all-in-one.
Nice one. All right. Well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Okay, he's live.
Back to the community booth section here at Citizencon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist, but that's probably why. So apologies for that, but awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at Citizencon. What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the largest gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 20,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens. Tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Idzie ktoś w międzyczasie na arenie się postrzelać?
Czekaj, nuba mam wyjebanego wczesną zgłośnością.
And for this year we
Yeah.
Focus 69, Pretty Vanilla and I decided to make a 1 to 200 scale Banu Merchantman made out of resin. Total of 26 individual pieces that we assembled, primed,
No tak
sanded and
trochę
painted.
widać, że
Tom, this thing looks amazing.
wygląda jak
in addition
Banu,
to being a badass race car
blisko
driver,
Banu.
you're also a badass model maker. This guy, there's nothing he can't do. I see you're giving away some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little the BMM pins, and we have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/TomBeckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out.
Krótka przerwa za
I mean, look
10
at
minut
that. Take a look
startuje
one last
kolejny
time at the
panel.
BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you,
A
Tom.
teraz jest fajny tryb
We're
na
gonna
ręce
shoot
w
now
ogóle.
over to
Duo
Sam,
showdown.
who is here at
2 na 2
Atlas.
duelki
Sam,
są.
take it away.
Nie, ja się na razie ślinię do tego, co już pokazali,
I'm here
więc
with ADI,
ja na
and
pewno...
they have
Taka
something
trochę bajka
really
z
cool
tego, co
this
widzę.
year.
Nie tu jeden ojciec, nie tu jeden.
Pięknie wygląda, a
Zhypowany, ale wiem, że to poczekamy chyba, coś czuję.
No poczekamy, ale
Again, did I
dla
sound
mnie nie
like
ma
me,
znaczenia,
or-
jestem człowiekiem cierpliwym. Ja
Could you
mogę
give us a
poczekać,
quick
naprawdę.
intro to what you guys are doing here?
blueprinty, to wszystko tak zajebiście wygląda, ale to i kraftowanie statków w hangarze, no tak.
Kurwa.
And
No
we
cóż,
tied
padł
this in
mi
with
temat.
our giveaways for this year.
Nie
So
no,
we
fajnie,
have
fajnie to wygląda, nie powiem,
Freight
że
Manager
nie.
as well. And this is where
To
you
co
can
zrobili,
what's this?
wygląda fajnie.
A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them.
Aż-
You put
aż
in, you go
nierealnie.
through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Ja mam drugi
Boo, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys.
w międzyczasie poszukam.
Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
To nowe idziemy na arenę.
No ja chętnie.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see, where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison, but also ourselves, the premier pirate org, entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today. So, I have bumped into this guy again.
I'm back.
Hi.
Awesome. Well, I'll take it from here. Thank you, Sam. And finally, for our last little bit of the community booth, for this segment, we still have a little bit more to go over today. We have Atmo. Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point, creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love Atmo. They had an official place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 2955 Daymar Rally these awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing to the winner. These things are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go to the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. So maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
Nope, just straight over back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
O.
All right, guys. Crafting and base building fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe. Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for Citizencon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out." I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out, "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right, so that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis and, gosh.
John Crew.
Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait. Cheers, man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again.
Poka pajoniera. To cię sponiewiera. Jak pokażę pajoniera, to cię sponiewiera.
In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew, I'm the vehicle director.
My name's Ben Curtis, I'm the vehicle art director.
Okej, kogoś już ponosi.
And the clicker is not working.
Ciągać kartki płatnicze.
So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
Jest pionier.
There we go.
There we go. Good.
Right.
Jest. Nie zmienił się.
So,
Nie zmienił się.
today we're going to be talking about vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies on the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large and so on. And basically a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in numbers. In the one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so they'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes, and that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what, and I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you can put one of these in it. Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection.
Shield S0.
What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. My brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playersc.csv. So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Snoop Dogg jest z przodu na widowni.
Snoop Dogg.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible.
Z podatkiem wychodzi $50.
And I think the exterior is like real dominating factories, those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them, and I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole. Sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family.
Ile on kosztuje?
Chyba 4 dychy?
No, tak.
Tak, nie, 50.
What if you want to go bigger?
A, okej.
O, Galaxy? Nie.
Okay.
Co?
O!
Co
So,
to?
introducing the
Star Lancer.
family.
No. Jonak!
So,
Star Lancer.
yeah, the Star Lancer is basically a whole vehicle. From
Jezus Maria, jakie to gówno wielkie.
Today, we're going to be talking about the first 3, which are the build,
I co? Mówiłem?
which kind of makes sense, and that basically
mówiłeś
is for
wczoraj, a
your
nie dzisiaj.
large structural
Robaka
construction
przewidziałem,
needs.
Starlancera
We
przewidziałem.
have the tack, which is going to be for people that want a little
6
bit
razy
more
S5.
defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the Starlancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the
Med
drone
bay?
resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day.
Jak te drony w ogóle wyglądają?
That's the really important thing here, is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build a million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. I saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship.
Wydawało mi się, że będzie
2
większy.
S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote
4
turrets,
S4.
and then
6
128
S4.
SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlancer attack.
Od razu mi się kojarzy z CES
designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man side turrets. These give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants.
No.
And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside, and I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside. But yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
Yeah, let's have a look over the tack from outside to in. So this is the tack in its default paint, so sort of military drab grey. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind them. These are on a deployable ramp, so
Słuchajcie, ale nadal mają,
drop out.
trzymają się tego, nie? Że
If you're doing a bit
wszystkie
of ground assault,
setki ich są
chances are
takie
someone's
trochę
probably going to get
faliczne,
injured.
nie?
So there is an onboard medical
Falus
facility
jest,
directly behind there with 2 tier 3 medical beds.
Głodnemu chleb na myśli.
Upstairs, obviously, there is the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering, and then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs.
On w ogóle ma te
to fit that in, and we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
drop pody dla Ground Assaulta.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlancer attack.
Już ktoś na czacie na Discordzie tym Citizenowym napisał bye bye Karak.
Bye bye Karak.
Karak chyba do czegoś innego służy.
No.
Śmiesznie jak było Flyable Today.
Nie, to nie jest możliwe.
Za duży.
Co, ale nie za duży. Ile tu jest za mały, tu nie.
Piękność.
Miski nie mój styl.
Kurwa, jak nie lubiłem miska, tak ten mi się podoba.
To jeszcze powinni powiedzieć...
Nie robisz mi.
Nawet
fajny
Atlasy
ten
miał
mi.
na pokładzie.
Co za windy na te kary. Ten bojowy. A, next.
Jo.
Lewski.
Prawie jak gotowy statek wygląda. Tak duży.
Nie ma do niego na razie CCU.
Właśnie się gubię po tej stronie zawsze ten statek.
Fajny misiek.
Flyable jae 2954. Okej.
Tak, to już jest?
Na jae
Okay,
będzie.
so I think you kind of hopefully agree that's a pretty great kind of trailer
Wydaje
for
mi
the
się, że on jest
Starlancer
prawie
Max.
gotowy,
And
ten
as you
Max.
can kind of see, we
Te
just put the finishing
samochodziki
touches on that
są
now.
już w
So
Plecz
yeah, we're just getting it all done all ready for its launch at IAE.
No, szybko.
We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now.
A,
Przepraszam.
bagna.
Samochodzik
Pójdź ze statkiem, bagna.
Tak. Pięknie.
I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength. I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, you know, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area.
No.
Szkoda, że karak dalej nie działa.
O!
Ale ile to będzie kosztowało?
And then a further 8 on top.
450.
Nie wiem, nie widzę jeszcze.
Ponad 300.
And these are backed up by
No na pewno ponad 300, bo to jest duży statek, ale nie jest...
Nie
jest taki
good topside coverage.
On ma mało cargo jak na taki
And then finally,
niby
when
wielki
we get to the
statek.
front, you'll see
224?
a further set of size for gimbaled weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots.
Jest mocno uzbrojony.
No.
I think as a whole, I think the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job of building a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Fajowskie.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod
wrzucone
room
broszurki, ale nie ma jeszcze
for escape
ceny.
pods for crew.
Tak, ale chodzi o to, że on nie jest
And
taki...
then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of the ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup.
Ten taktyczny to pewnie będzie drogi. Ze względu
Ten
na...
taktyczny to tak, to się z tobą zgodzę, ale ten Max, on nic nie wnosi, on jest trochę dłuższy od konstelacji. On będzie chyba trochę konstelacjo-podobny, trochę większy.
Są ceny 295.
These are just internal to go between the two decks of the ship.
No, tak
Then at
coś
the
czuję.
rear, we have
tak.
the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship.
290.
A to Max będzie tańszy.
Are here at the rear of the ship.
No Max będzie
Max
co
to nie będzie
najmniej
tańszy.
Upstairs?
Już.
Let's go downstairs a little bit.
Tak, no tak. Nie, ty powiedziałeś w Workbond cenę, 330 jest
Workbond, no.
prawdziwa. A 250 kosztuje Starlancer Max.
Cargo entrance.
To jest kuźwa konstelacja!
Nie jest to farę?
Ile on ma cargo?
224.
O, są.
Taka konstelacja bardziej cargo.
Ale to ma drony przecież, o to chodzi, że to może być inny.
Starlancer Max nie ma mieć
Max nie, Max jest typowo cargo. Build to ma do budowania.
Ale budowniczego nie ma.
Then we have the
A to będą
downstairs
trzy warianty
traversal
tego?
room, which also features the airlock onto the ship.
Trzy, ile?
Build
And then
taktyczny
lastly,
i
we
Max.
have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up,
Chociaż
get your
taktyczny
weapons,
jest słodziutki,
do the reverse coming back.
przytuliłbym.
And that is the Starlancer Max.
A faktycznie. Może build jeszcze
Tylko jak to będzie kurwa tak latać w atmosferze jak zwykły Max, freelancer, kurwa, to
224
dziękuję.
SU of cargo.
Będzie latać jak
128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's
To jest
hauling.
po prostu odpowiedź
And
na
it is
konstelację.
available to pre-order now and will be
No.
flyable this
To
IE
jest konstelacja, tylko taka trochę
at
grubsza
play.se Starlancer Max.
Tutaj już
And if you
wygląda na o wiele
pre-order now
mniejszy.
before IE, you will get this exclusive
Na tych
sapphire
pierwszych
paint, which is in the
konceptach to
Citizencon
wygląda jakby
colors
miał
and looks
150.
super cool. in my
Tak,
opinion.
jak Behemoth wygląda, to nie jest takie duże.
So, we have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones.
Dobra, XL-ki, dawajcie.
What about bigger things?
Pionier.
O!
No!
Pionier.
Starlancer jest już w plecie.
So,
Jest już, no.
Ten Max.
who can guess what that
225.
is?
Jest
No,
flight
no.
ready.
O!
So,
Wszystkie opcje są w plecie.
Czekajcie,
Masz
czekajcie.
koncept, pokażą jak będzie
I talked
wyglądać.
to you quite some time ago
Yo,
about this in Germany.
teraz najważniejsze.
And
Zawiesiłby się
this is
Steve'a.
obviously the original concept for the
Wow,
Pioneer.
twój
Now, some
stateczek.
time has passed, and
No,
whilst the core
ale to
concepts
jest,
of base building have remained
to
the
jest
same at a high level,
original
how you physically
concept,
build
więc pewnie coś
your
zmienili.
bases has changed slightly.
No,
So,
pokażą jak teraz
back
wygląda
then,
pewnie.
you were building everything on board the ship here.
No, pewnie
You would
zmienili
fly your
dużo.
Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of
Dobrze
solve was the arm.
Wciąż.
You know, we know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And you know, we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that, you know, we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting.
Wygląda
On top of
podobnie
that,
bardzo.
we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship.
Yes,
We
medical,
wanted it to kind of
crafting,
become a
refining,
true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space.
Okay.
Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room.
Oh, cool.
We don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod.
Ojciec, będę twoim projektantem bomb.
Actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much.
O nie, Jurix tu
they actually want.
przyszedł. No przecież, kurde, mówiłem, tylko nie chciałem przeszkadzać.
Destroyer
This
wszechświata.
is the crafting area. We've got 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo.
Wszystko mam nagrane, co wczoraj
But
zrobiłeś.
again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle. Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area.
Ale w powijakach go jeszcze mają.
And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
No, przystosowane dla inwalidów, nie ma schodów, tylko rampa.
Wózki inwalidzkie.
And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm.
Wózki inwalidzkie są w grze, można było je ruszać chyba w szpitalu. I balkoniki.
Silnik usiąść?
And we've also got the top exit
Da się desant
for any flight
zrobić.
vehicles.
And
then finally,
czemu jeszcze tego nie próbowaliśmy?
Nie mam pojęcia właśnie.
Any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them
My wczoraj
down.
robiliśmy akcję ratunkową uratować Ursę w kosmosie. I 2 pasażerów w majtkach.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones.
No nie jest źle, zachował część swojego oryginalnego kształtu.
It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it.
Aha, jest jeszcze większy niż był.
Small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that
Czyli
video
maksymalnie wielki pojazd, jaki można zdobyć na TS, to Nomad, tak?
250 metrów na 133. No okej. Wielkości Idrisa.
Szeroki.
Capital components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU cargo capacity.
Kapitał,
Now the bad news.
komponenty.
When base building comes out, this will not be there
Ktoś
day
jest
one.
innym posiadaczem tego statku
But
tutaj.
we are starting this in the next week or two, so it is in production
Nie ma.
very
To
soon.
Pionier wyjdzie, jak wyjdzie budowanie baz.
Ile
Nie, powiedział, że Pioneera nie będzie w pierwszy dzień budowania baz.
A, dobra. O, Polaris.
One last thing.
Finish up. We'll do the classic one last thing. Citizencon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping.
Warkan dużo.
Look at the now
Przynajmniej
a bit
biceps
before.
ci nie urósł.
So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we kind
On
of we
Cordiano
teased
widać?
these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV 1T, the Arsenal Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
Interpit.
All but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mariah Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few patches.
No, Retaliator miał rework.
Today standing on stage and the end of the year.
Które teraz
But let's
zrobili?
start with
Puścili?
some things that you're going to see at IE.
Dlatego jest na liście. Już to?
Crusader chyba.
No, wygląda na...
Nie, Anvil. Anvil. Tam.
A, Anvil. Terapin? Czemu terapin?
Wersji innej. Medycznej.
Medycznej terapii.
O kurwa.
Dobrze to byś trafił.
Fajnie, bo to jest czołg, kurczę, on jest mega twardy.
No, pamiętam jak się nim kiedyś obijałem na tym, na Dejmarze. Kurwa, tyle co on zniósł.
Czym lecimy? Co to jest?
Ale Warkan Tali już miało rework. Już to minęło. Już jesteśmy pół roku po.
Ale medyczny terapii jest interesujący, no.
No.
Ja już go biorę, na ślepo.
Bardziej będzie TCU do niego, pewnie na tym, na IAI.
Lubię terapina w ogóle. Nie wiem dlaczego mam sobie coś takiego.
Możliwe, że kilka naraz pokazują po prostu.
Który mówili, że będzie latał podczas IAI? Max czy ten
I
tak?
teraz Crusader.
To jest Crusader, no.
Max jest z cargo. Tak jest taktyczny.
Biorę tego Maxa.
Nie, oni kilka naraz pokazują. Ja teraz Polaris.
O, działa na froncie. Jest nasz flagowiec na obecny rok.
O kurde.
Szkoda, że kadłub taki plastikowy.
No zobaczymy, bo to mogli zaktualizować.
O, S6 już widać bez połku. Nie, to co już pokazywali.
Ale ode!
Bardzo ładnie.
Main lift.
Jaki piękny!
Tylko byśmy nie słyszeli dziwnych dźwięków w tle z Discorda.
Tylko klaszczenie.
Lubię się na tym statku.
O, Wargan.
Kto ma Polarica i zaprasza na imprezę?
Ja.
O, dużo osób tu ma.
Trzeba jakieś party zrobić. Ja nie
Tak.
To prawda, Polarisy będziemy walić.
Jo.
Fajnie, jakby te 4-0 przed EA było, co nie ma szans, to by można było Polarisem się wybrać na zwiedzanie.
O.
Zatrudnię na umowę o dzieło załoga.
Zajebiście. O, Capital Size Power Plant.
O, patrz, chyba Urfa wejdzie.
Ładnie zrobiony to deck.
Chętnie się tam zatrudnię, ja 26 lat, uległy.
Te kable wiszące, to...
To ten silnik. To jest reaktor jądrowy chyba.
To znaczy nie, no reaktor był tam na dole w ziemi. To nie wiem co to jest. To jest shield generator?
Nie wiem,
Albo
czy to ma
Quantum Drive.
Capital, więc...
Albo Quantum.
Wszystko.
Joj,
Wie, co to jest.
To jest cargo deck.
No piękne. O, to pewnie.
Siaczek twardnieje.
I czas na te parówki. Niszczycielskie parówki.
Beautiful.
Przepraszam, on ma...
Może być, bierę.
Stron?
Jeszcze raz?
Wjazd z dwóch stron.
On ma chyba 4 tuby na torpedy.
Znaczy,
Pa, jaki
cargo
kurwa
jest chyba
forfiter.
tylko z lewej strony.
It's piękny, it's beautiful.
Bardziej.
Loading...
Tak,
No to ja jeszcze
4
w
tuby
roku
ma na
trochę-
torpedy.
rządzi.
Dobra, dodali trochę tekstur na kadłubie.
No.
O kurde. Taki metaliczny mat. Matowy metal.
Zatrudnię załogę na umowę o dzieło średnia krajowa. To nie byle co.
So, on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them.
Ja na
before we get
staż.
into what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen.
Od kiedy?
Storm, the Cutter Rambler.
Sunti M.
Pewnie
the
EIA.
F7A and F7C Mark
koncepty
IIs.
pokażą
So I always
kolejne?
get tongue twisted with these.
Teraz?
And the F7A Mark I's.
Czy tak...
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the
Nie myślę, że oni
Peregrine,
chcą jeszcze sprzedawać.
and then
te
most recently the Argo Atlas.
Nie.
So, like last year, where we did a little tease,
O.
Okej.
can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So,
Kraken. Coś krzyknął.
let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles
Może
that
ten
we're
będzie,
working on in the next 12 months.
Ironclad. Okej, pojaźnik.
Dobra, no to ten do budowania, to oczywiste.
Ursa na gońcie.
Kolejny jakiś pojazd.
O nie.
Kolejny pojazd.
Hornet.
O.
Nowe MK2.
Składrona?
No.
Warianty MK2. Super pewnie,
No.
tracker.
Okej.
To to.
To jest pewnie Terapin Medivac.
Super Hornet.
Guardian.
Miraj ten duży.
A to Guardian? Zajebisty.
Jakiś górniczy.
Koło górniczy. O, to nie
No
wiem.
bo chciała zjeść.
Niskie, płaskie. Może to jest ten Interpit.
Ha?
O co to? AT?
Nie wiem.
Mini korsarz. Dobra, są te Star Lancery.
Jest! Ten,
O.
Perseus. Perseus jest.
Perseusz.
O!
A i ten Iron Cloud. Iron
No.
Cloud i Iron Cloud. Ty, Pioneer też w następnym roku?
No, dużo.
Dobra, to z chłopakiem będziemy siedzieć, kurde, i kminić
Czyli
wszystkie.
czekajcie, jedna ważna rzecz. Jeżeli w przeciągu 12 miesięcy ma być Pioneer i go nie wypuszczą z budowaniem baz, to znaczy, że budowanie baz będzie dużo wcześniej.
Budowanie baz obstawiam wczesne
Za 4-2.
Ja stawiam pod
Pewnie pod
4-0,
koniec
że to
przyszłego
będzie
roku.
następny patch pod 4-0.
Ja pierdolę.
Widzieliście, że to będzie jakiś karier od
Na
czegoś
przyszłe jałe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeżeli...
Kiedy wyjdzie?
Jeszcze raz?
Kiedy Polaris wyjdzie?
Raczej EAA.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes
Szkoda
looked a
dzisiaj.
little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo!
Ale jestem trochę w szoku, bo oni wcześniej promowali, że Perseusz wyjdzie po Galaksji. Oni mieli ścieżkę właśnie Polarisa, Galaksji i Perseusza.
Dobra,
Chyba było Galaxy.
przyciszymy tego kolesia, ale powiem wam tak, to co mnie najbardziej zaskoczyło, to właśnie to, że na liście statków w przeciągu następnych 12 miesięcy jest Pioneer, a wcześniej powiedzieli, że Pioneer nie będzie na pewno na starcie wypuszczenia budowania baz. Czyli to by oznaczało, że budowanie baz będzie dużo szybciej niż bym zakładał.
Wiesz co, być może cały czas ich blokuje ten tech, co jest na 4.0 i nie potrafią, mają gotowe budowanie baz, bo widziałeś jak to u nich wygląda.
Nie no,
Bardzo
tak. Szczegóły
Bardzo
tych
leniwie.
budynków i animacje, wszystkie VFX-y normalnie przy tym mają.
Według mnie budowanie jest prawie gotowe, tylko prawdopodobnie mają problem z persistency. I do tego potrzebują server meshing.
To znaczy, oni nie mają z tym problemu, bo wystarczy, chociaż też nie mogą zrobić baz typowo jako, tak jak hangary są, no nie? Że osobną instancją. Więc jestem ciekaw, jak to rozwiążą. Prawdopodobnie ten nowy Planet Tech będzie z tym związany, bo ma więcej warstw tych informacyjnych o surowcach i tak dalej. Pewnie działki, jak będziemy okupować działki, to będą zapisywane na replication layer i po prostu, jeżeli ktoś będzie na innym shardzie i podleci do tej strefy, to będzie widział, że jest na przykład zajęta, tak? Że nie może tu nic postawić. Ale to tylko moje domysły jak na razie. No, powinni tak to zrobić, że idzie to w replication layer, bo jeżeli w pewnym momencie shardy, wejdziesz na ten sam shard z tamtą grupą, no to kurwa, no, się wszystko rozjebie, no nie?
Nie no, oni na pewno wiedzą co robią.
Patrząc...
Będzie zrobione tak, jak jest obecnie na tej samej zasadzie. Wlatujesz na Brios, ktoś zostawił statek, ten statek tam jest. Niezależnie od jakiego shardu byś był. Więc to będzie na pewno na tej samej zasadzie zrobione. Niezależnie na który shard wejdziesz, gdzie jest zajęte, tam podlecisz, zobaczysz, że to faktycznie jest zajęte i tam się coś buduje.
Dobra, ja ZW na krótką chwilę.
Ja już mam Star Lancera w LTI.
Zanim wystartują z kolejnym panelem, to ja zaraz wracam.
To za Napoleon.
Zastanawiam nad tym Starlancerem takim.
Ja biorę Maxa, bo ma latać Maxa, jak będzie tak, to potem będzie
On wygląda kurwa całkiem...
Napoleon.
Całkiem fajnie.
No na pewno w tym
Znaczy-
dużym będzie można jeszcze ładować jakieś boksy, nie?
Starlancer tak jest sexy, bo ma dosyć mocne uzbrojenie.
Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today.
Tylko ciekaw jestem, jak to się zachowuje w
What's
atmosferze.
been your favorite bit?
Oh man, it's been amazing.
Mówię ci pewnie jaka dwójka, coś
Squadron
takiego
42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing. Okay. And I am here right on the end
Ciekawe,
of
jakiego
our
loanera
amazing
dadzą. Pewnie
community
finansera Maxa.
booth area with our avant-garde guys. So Avant-Garde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything. Our goal is to have at least 100 members, but because we value people below quantity, we want to create a legacy altogether. When I create this organization, I don't consider myself the commander of everything. I just planted a seed for a tree. Maybe I will never see the fruits, but I want to create a legacy. People need to have fun, maybe win sometimes also, but especially win. Be a healthy community and having fun altogether.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right, let's
Ej, w
move on
ogóle
over to the
Stalancer Max jest flyable już.
side, where I am joined
O.
by my
No
partner.
flyable, czy ma być flyable na...
Jest flyable. Jest flyable.
Kup i zobacz.
Jest flyable, no.
Prawdopodobnie
Ale
jest
złego nie ma
niedostępny
jeszcze,
po prostu w tym.
We saw a moment
Dopiero
ago.
Dobra,
będzie na
kup,
jaj.
to kupuję. Kup ktoś po
No
prostu.
kupił Junak chyba już.
Junak.
Junak wyciągaj.
Kurwa, wyciągaj go.
Junak resetuj. Grę, dawaj.
Ja też mam.
Jonak, wyciągaj bydlaka.
Tak, wszyscy byście popatrzeć na mojego bydlaka teraz.
Wiadomy.
Pokaż nam swojego
Jaki
bydlaka.
skin na Bengalu, fajny.
Jestem ciekaw, jakiego loanera dadzą, bo to raczej przez miesiąc jeszcze nie będzie. Dopiero na
Znaczy,
IAI.
kursa się mieści do środka.
To mówisz Junak?
Oni coś tam mówili, że będzie na IAI dostępny do latania.
No ale jest już oznaczony jako ten, jako flyable.
Jest skończony, ale dopiero potem...
No jest. Byłem w środku.
A jak wygląda środek tego Maxa? Bo w sumie taka pokazali, ale...
No ja taka nie kupiłem, bo jest drogi. Ja nie będę zakładał kasy, jak pomyliłem to co miałem. Tak,
Oho,
tak.
Burzu wyciąga coś. Zobaczmy co wyciąga Burzu.
Pewnie malutkiego jest.
Freelancer Max, to nie ten.
Ale zobacz,
A, bo tam tego wróciłem.
Ale to wszędzie pisze, że if you pledge
To jest Misk
you lose
Starlancer.
loaner. Pisze tutaj na stronie jakby. Nie czyta jak zwykle.
Oni się walnęli. Nie odpisali.
Znaczy, mi się wydaje, że on jest po prostu gotowy, tylko po prostu do którego tam 22 novembra.
Nie to.
Ten
Argo
SCV
fajny jest. W następnym patchu.
No 22 napisali november, czyli listopada. Czyli za miesiąc będzie dostępny.
Mu jest oznaczony jako flyable. Czemu
No
flyable?
dobrze.
Widzę to koncept.
No bo jest jako flyable, tylko że go dopiero dadzą. Już jest gotowy, skończony.
No.
A Polaris nie jest flyable i jest gotowy, skończony.
No to będzie też flyable w tym momencie. No.
Ja rzeczywiście
Akurat
przy
jego nie
niektórych
sprzedają.
w obecnej wersji.
To co, no byłeś hype na Polarisa?
Tak. No ja już ładuję torpedę, nie powiem gdzie. I siadam i lecę, nie?
Ale jaki jest sens? Ta ciężarówka kosztuje tyle samo co muł.
No ten mol to jest gówien. To jest tokenem LTI.
No ale będzie przecież token LTI pewnie w tym. Ale mnie najbardziej interesuje ten terapin medyczny.
No, to samo.
To jest ciekawe, bo to...
Teraz to tego, freelancera dostałem. Maxa.
No tak, bo jest napisane na stronie, mówię. Nikt nie czyta.
No, to coś pomyliłem.
Rise with EAE 2.954.
No, jest napisane, że dostaniesz go 22 i że za niego dostajesz freelancera.
Ale
As being offered as a pre-order pledge starting October 20. It becomes viable next month.
Amazing
November,
job, guys.
no
Everything
20
in this community
dzisiaj
booth,
80
all
baniek
of the
zarobiłem już.
developers that have worked so hard to make Citizencon
A
happen.
w PTU będzie na początku
Hope you have an
listopada.
amazing rest of your Citizencon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor. Thank you guys, and it's back to you,
Jezus
Jared,
Maria, ile on
on the
kosztuje,
stage.
kurde.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
283 funty. Starlancer, tak. Dużo.
Ale oni mówili, że Max tylko będzie dostępny, nie mówili o taku jeszcze.
Tak jest niegotowy.
Jest w koncepcie, tak, wiem.
Tak jest tylko w konceptach, a w Miska Floriancera
Ja uważam, że
Maxa
to
znaczy się
masz
widzisz.
opcji, że on się pojawi, to bez sensu przepłacić. Dostaniesz loanera tego Maxa, a będziesz miał zamrożone ile tam, 50 dolców.
No. Co tu jeszcze jest dostępne?
Okej. Ostatni panel.
O czym on jest?
Coś czujesz do tego...
Star Citizen 1.0.
O,
Wyszedł.
It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home.
Ale coś mi się gra nie włącza,
and
chyba
the
serwery
hundreds of
padły.
thousands
Ty, może
who will
będzie od
clip
razu do
this
latania.
and replay it
Serwery
and
padły.
cut it into other content videos
A moc
for
serwerów przenieśli na
years and years
sklep.
to come. So thank you so
Jak
much.
ludzie będą
I wanna do
kupować
a couple
Star
of
No sklep idealnie chodzi, szybciutko.
No kurwa.
Może jest jakiś update?
Ta, update.
A, The Grading Performance.
Wejdź do gry, a będziesz miał od razu 30k.
Jest info, że jest The Grading Performance.
No to jest od wczoraj.
Tak.
Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that
Wypuszczamy
amazing
chujowego patcha,
armor
napiszcie, że jest
specialization
chujowy, to nie ma co się
presentation that you
przyjemać.
saw. So Nick, you're a champion.
Ale
Thank
to-
you so much stepping
co?
at the last
Ten
minute.
Star Lancer wygląda jak przerośnięcie freelancera pomiędzy Odyseją do Odysei.
Słuchaj, ja ci coś powiem. Wam dam ci dwie nazwy statków. Starfarer i Freelancer. I teraz masz Star Lancer, czyli mieści się pomiędzy, nie?
No tak, ale bardziej on zaczyna przypominać Odyseję.
No były takie plotki, że to może być Odyseja, ale też
Nie, to nie jest Odyseja, ale wygląda odysejowo trochę.
Wspólnie, że zmieniłem nazwę i to Star Lancer.
Mhm.
You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago.
Tyle, czy on ma rampę?
We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and
Znaczy, bo
we
w arenie
dedicated
będę
them
miał
to the
jeszcze,
work
nie?
of
Ten statek
Citizencon
jakiś
for the
low-levelowy.
last almost 6 weeks.
Dlaczego mi pokazuje, że ja mam Andromedę na koncie, jak ja nie mam Andromedę na koncie?
Aha.
A nie dostałeś jakiegoś za darmo?
Ojciec, ty już tyle tam pieniędzy wjebałeś, że oni tam, wiesz, przed zamilczenie ci wrzucają.
Zamilczenie. Muszę to sprawdzić, bo...
No,
Freelancer Max.
The amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby,
Czyli
Alex,
ten
and our newest member,
Star
Thomas.
Lancer
Hi,
z
Thomas.
AliExpress.
Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a Citizencon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this. But they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff. The last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right. I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyler gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me and they're thanking me for this and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today. I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docu-series each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again.
A, już wiem skąd jest Andromeda.
See what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back.
Pewnie za tego trzeciego Idrisa, którego masz.
There is one person.
Już wiem, co jest Andromedą.
Everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced
Już wiem, skąd mam Andromedę.
I've produced
Dobrze, powiedz nam już.
Nie.
No co nie? Zacząłeś to mówić.
Nie, bo wtedy się podzieją różne dziwne rzeczy, które nie mają się dziać przed.
Mów zanim ktoś...
Pewnie dostał za pioniera.
Nie.
Kupił Star Lancera i się nie chce kurwa przyznać. Co?
Hi, my name is Rich Tyler and I'm the senior game director for Squadron 42.
Thank you
Czeka już
for
na niego.
saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
O, Haddock, czyli to ten główny scenarzysta. Co w gameplayu Squadrona był. Jego morda. Chyba.
Well, I hope you had a great day yesterday, and by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office,
Dobra,
ran it through, no
zgłosimy.
crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube, and by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. He's like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it, and it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing.
Okej, czyli wrzucili lepszą wersję tego. Oj, dzisiaj będę oglądał.
Anyway, so anyway, watch that.
Again.
And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building, the crafting, the tips you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product.
Mała.
I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, Inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go live.
So it has a huge amount of depth.
You know, everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is, and to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So, without further ado, Rich Tyra. All right, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah.
Hello, Citizencon. So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three.
Bez kitu Jokera może grać.
3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went.
Takie było założenie.
To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday.
Starfield.
So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun.
Roberto.
You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help...
Czyli będzie jeszcze
To
kampania.
help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have.
To ma sens.
To take them on a journey of
Czyli
discovery.
wychodzi na to, że
of what
stamtąd
the game
będzie
has to
system
offer.
startowym.
Main story.
This story will become the spine
Może
of the
być tak,
universe
że
and help
włączasz
onboard
grę i
players
robisz co
with
chcesz. Musisz
understanding how to play the
być
game
prowadzony na
and
początku.
understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports two of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Lubię tego gościa.
Ale ładna farbka.
Czym się zajmujesz? Miningiem.
Thank
Gdzie
you, Rich.
pracujesz?
Hello,
Więzieniu.
Citizencon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot. But we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship.
No. Obywatelstwo za skończenie misji.
So,
A to ważna rzecz
this, but for the
w Star
uninitiated,
Citizenie.
in the UEE,
W
there are
końcu Star
citizens and there are
Citizen.
civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have.
Ale to jak jest zdobyć
Now,
jako pirat?
what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that.
Obywatelstwo nie miało być też za zakończenie
I
esku.
won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be
Czym
around
wie?
land ownership.
Czy nie będą
Citizens
dwie
will be able
opcje?
to purchase
No.
land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going
5
to go?
systemów na 1.0.
First,
A na
we've
razie
got
o 4
Stanton,
wiemy.
which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're
Może
all very
Odyn
intimately familiar with
ze
these
Składrona.
4 corporate-run worlds.
Albo
But
Terra.
since I do lore, I figure I
Vega.
could take the next hour
Albo
and just
Terra.
walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless, a volatile star at the center of the system.
Czyżby wrzucili jeszcze zapowiedź 5. systemu w międzyczasie? Czy znak zapytania
No tak.
na końcu?
If you saw Ian's locations presentation yesterday, you know
całkowicie
that he
koncept.
reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Dawaj!
Teraz!
Plaże, o kurwa! Będą plaże wulkaniczne, o kurwa.
To już wiem, gdzie będę odpoczywał od craftingu.
Jest!
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the empire,
To w
Terra
chuj
has
czasu
been a
pewnie
shining
zajmie.
star
Co i
against
teraz
the
nie ma jak
futuristic tendencies of
rzeczywistości?
Earth, even in
To
the
jest jakaś
darkest
inna?
days of the Messer regime. Now many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all
Dlatego
feel
pokazywali
about that.
dzisiaj bagna, palmy,
A lot
znaczy
of
wczoraj.
vision.
Dżungla.
But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro.
Poza
and you've
builderem
been
to
seeing in
wszystkie
some of the other
profesje dla mnie.
presentations this weekend.
To i tak więcej niż
But
Starfield na
we're
dzień
adding
dobry.
one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an
Misje
additional bit
roboczne.
of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things.
Powiem wam tak, po
One,
tym
I'm not going
wszystkim
to have time to dive
Master
into
Mode mnie
all
nawet
the
nie
missions that you're
interesuje.
going to see on this board. But
I
just
tak
know that
głównie będę
every
na
mission
ziemi.
type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you
Bazę
talking
przy
with people.
plażach i palmach.
So,
Sączyć kokosa.
Ja domyślam się, że plaże będą najbardziej zaludnione przez
we're
bazy
going to be
graczy.
adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working
Tam
for.
będzie
that will
wysryw
help sell
domków
their
letniskowych.
Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician. You'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading.
Tak, i teraz
Some of the
nabijanie
factions
repy ma
that many of
sens.
you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation.
Coś nowego.
So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, we have a couple here.
Whoa.
We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up
Co,
yesterday in
Endeavora
the
tam rzucili?
presentation, if you saw that.
Nie,
This is
nie
a science
zauważyłem.
guild that will include factions
Nie,
like
tak
the Imperial
powiedziałem.
Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such
Nie
as sending
triggeruj
you into a
Darka.
nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon.
Endeavor?
We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game. From population
powiedzą, jakie
control
statki
missions
chcą za
to
1.0
harvesting specific
zrobić.
resources for research. Now,
O.
we
Ale
have
jest
some people who like to do
firefighting.
combat, but our
Council,
combat guilds are doing
Criminal
something a little
Guild.
different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are
Ale co, trzeba będzie mieć kilka postaci, żeby ogarnąć?
So once you pledge
Oj, nie
allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy.
Oni coś tam mówili, że chyba
On
będzie
the
można
lawful
mieć więcej
side,
niż
we
jedno.
have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters
Ale
and
coś
the
mi się
Dead
wydaje, że
Saints,
będzie trzeba się
or
sfokusować,
work your
żeby...
way up to join highline criminal
Jak dla mnie to
syndicates
za
like the
dużo tego
Antonys and
już
the
jest.
Dropkings. But remember,
Nie, więcej.
Underworld is a
More.
dangerous
Jak
place
coś
run
nie
by
masz robić
greed
wszystkiego.
and power.
Tylko skupię się
So
na tym
mercenary
coś.
guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about.
Nadal
As
nie
the syndicates
widzę
are always looking for
medycznych
loyal
funkcji.
soldiers who will hurt their
Zaraz będę
competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
Do wbijania metpena nie
So as
trzeba
you can see,
skilli.
there's going to be a
Anyway.
universe of exciting
Tutaj
storytelling
trzeba.
opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing. We're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
Też nie było Magica.
No nie. Nie było nigdzie medycznych.
Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy.
Będzie coś o kłancie.
So, as we've discussed before,
Może.
we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy
W końcu.
that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes. Inheritance tax,
Fucking taxes!
as part of Death of the Spaceman,
Jak się
and security
odciszył,
tax for your base
jak
that
wyjebał
will
z
cover the
krzesła.
cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance. Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
No to fajna walka z inflacją.
No ale
This
później w
means
grze
you
kupisz
will
coś innego.
always get your ships back if they're attributed to your
LTE.
account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example.
Okej, za gotówkę masz
to
wszystko.
any of the ships you own. But there will be a
Kiedyś mówiłem, że
cooldown
nie
for
możesz
transferring
stracić
it
za
between
prawdziwy
ships.
hajs.
Czyli
choose
LTI
wisely.
poszedł się...
Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
Ciekawe.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original
A
ship.
to fajne. Fajne
Once back in your
rozwiązanie.
ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Ciekawe, czy będzie jakiś
Fajne.
musisz tam normalnie polecieć.
Na to bym nie wpadł, powiem wam szczerze.
No ja na
If
to
your ship
liczyłem,
has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back.
żeby nikogo nie
And
prosić.
as we'll be
żeby
increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others. With
A teraz
starter or
wyobraźcie
small
sobie, jak
ships
piraci z tego
always
niszczą
being readily
ten shuttle
available,
ship.
and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship
sensowne.
back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in.
No ja pierdolę.
I'll just
Jaka
give you a moment
gałąź.
to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants
Aha,
out
to
because it
statki.
didn't fit on this slide.
Tak.
And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar.
A nie mogę
Step
komuś
one,
zlecić
complete.
budowanie?
Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose, and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0.
To się ściga.
Całkiem fajny pomysł. Nie powiem.
Nagroda?
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
To co on powiedział?
Też na chwilę zgubiłem fokus.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity.
Czyli wybuchniesz Idrisa i pojawia ci się w kieszeni schemat na nowy pancerz.
For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience.
Powiedział, że zarządzanie armadą
but that's for another day, as we see
Tak, jak rozwalisz Idrisa, to przypuszczam, że będą wtedy dostępne blueprinty te 5. tieru.
cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content?
No właśnie.
As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems. 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way.
Kurwa, bronisz bazę, a tu ci cała armada wpierdala się z pomocą.
Nearby com arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources.
O kurwa, no to będzie.
Or if you have a high enough rep with the council,
Będą zapierdalać statki, żeby przerobić je na bazę.
And pay for a new title deed to become
Sprzedaż SRV przynajmniej wzrośnie.
Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity.
Tak, też myślałem, że pójdą w tę stronę.
Of high risk, high reward. With crafting now
Każdy cię może rozjebać, ale będziesz miał wysokiej jakości zasoby do wykopania.
Base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields.
Ground
a
shields,
localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry.
Nice.
No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Okej, no. To nie ma Moaba. Trzeba Grand Assaulta zrobić. Super.
Tak, jak wyłączysz shieldy, to wtedy możesz rzucać moba.
Compared to planetary shields is that these shields can be disabled.
No,
You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator.
Tak jak mówiłem.
Once the shield is down,
to będzie klimat gameplayu.
You want to raise it to the ground.
Tylko bomba też powoli spada. Działka ją prawdopodobnie
Ale jak rozwalisz działka na ziemi, to co ci to da? Możesz rzucić bombkę i do widzenia.
Ale po co rzucasz bombę, jak już zniszczyłeś działka i wszystko inne?
Właśnie tu powstają opcje, tak jak gościu mówi. Możesz okraść, możesz, wiesz, przejąć dla siebie. Możesz zrobić wszystko już.
Morwa kozak.
Pamiętaj, oni też mogą spróbować zrzucić na twoją armadę.
Tak, dokładnie, to działa w obie strony. Tak.
There was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology. The same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use NICs and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the SHIELD network in exchange for SHIELD protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase SHIELD coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the SHIELD network, which eventually linked back to the SHIELD core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the SHIELD technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy SHIELD coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and NICs and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare.
Okej.
Jednak skurwysyn podejrzał Helldiversów.
With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary SHIELD tech. Which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the SHIELD core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase SHIELD protection. With SHIELD coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to SHIELD protection.
Rzeźnie.
So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org.
Ja pierdolę.
And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about
już
that,
wiem, co
I'd
Werder
like to
będzie
welcome Ian
lubiał
Leyland,
robić.
Star Citizen's creative director.
Ale kiedy to
to the
wyjdzie? Za
stage.
5-10 lat?
Pewnie tak. Dlatego mówię, mam teraz 40, no na moją 50 może będzie to działać.
Przednia roadmapa była na 2000.
Ale mówię, no Chris jest skurwysyn, podejrzał Helldiversów i będziemy walczyć o nawet całe systemy.
Mamy tylko 5 systemów. Trochę 95
Let's go
oszukanych.
back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning we saw the small habitat being built by Luke, and then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually we saw a massive example of an org base, but with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect.
Boy.
And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
Poka, poka.
Coś,
More base, yeah, yummy.
Bingo.
Jest i reklamerek.
Jest stacja.
Pokaż, dawaj.
Statek.
Kurde, czekam na te nowe animacje Quantum.
Javelin.
Gwen.
To co, musisz komputer zrobić nowy.
Gdzie jest na kusi?
Kurwa, na animacje są piękne.
O! Spodek.
A, czyli tak wygląda ten system obronny.
Albo stacja.
Albo stacja Player Mate.
Ale zwróćcie uwagę, że jest Super Cruise. Coś pięknego.
Javelin jest na...
Nie mów, że będzie można w tym chodzić w środku.
Że to może zbudować.
Tak. Można będzie chodzić w środku, ja pierdolę.
Widzisz mostek na górze? Już tam ktoś chodzi.
No. I wyobraź sobie, że 5 pionirów na orbicie wisi, żeby zbudować taką stację.
Muzyka rodem z Blade Runnera.
Nie, to już jest. To jest zbudowane, bo to jest przez tamtą organizację Shielda.
A myślisz, że oni pokazują to? Te Shieldy Relaya?
No właśnie,
Tak, to jest ten system, Shielda, co masz te 3 punkty, co robią tą osłonę na planetę.
No dobra, a jaki jest problem, żeby zaatakować tą stację?
Nudy.
Jeszcze nie wiadomo.
Let me introduce you to player space
To jest co?
A nie, no Player Space
Finally,
Station.
you
Player
can
Space
build
Station.
your home
Nostalgia.
amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of
To
operations.
zrzuta po 4 miliardy AUC.
Org activities. But why is this an
W
end
dolarach
goal?
raczej będzie.
Well,
Pewnie
first
tak.
of all, to construct your own space station,
Bo
it's
te
going to
największe orgi
require
to miliony dolarów
vast
mają?
Dajcie chwilę.
of
Bo...
resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the pioneer.
A lot of dollars.
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final.
Już grey
But
box?
let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Przesadzili to z kontrastem, jak tak patrzę na te chmury.
Walić chmury, baza! Ja pierdolę. Roboty, a roboty.
Walić bazę, stacja kosmiczna.
Jeżeli ktoś mi teraz powie,
Jak
że to...
widzę tego Atlasa, to tylko go muszę...
Że to wszystko, co wrzucają, jeżeli ktoś mi powie, że to ma być ta konsola, to kurwa nie uwierzę.
Konsola by tego nie uciągła.
na sekundę. Wojwak 5.
To jest na PlayStation 8, tak? Czy 9?
Tak.
O, ojciec, twoje biuro,
Ale
patrz.
pamiętajcie o tym, że
Moje
zanim to będzie,
TM.
nie będzie mało tego na kompie, więcej będzie streamowane. Cały Microsoft Flight Simulator 24 jest wszystko w górze.
No,
Na razie mamy jeden system i nie jest.
może tak być.
Ale
Atlas.
po co to tak robią, ty?
Teraz przelicza w banku i ile musi wziąć pożyczki.
Nie, ja wszystko mam kompletne do tych gameplay. Także budowanie baz, ja
Tylko
mam...
czasu trzeba.
Tak, czas, środki,
Roboty się trzeba
zasoby.
będzie zwolnić.
Ale nie
To
masz
jest zostanie streamerem na ten. Na
I Murzynów z Orga.
Zrobisz loterię i będzie hajs.
To jest ten misk, to jest w grze, bo taki trochę większy się wydaje.
Tak, to jest Hulsi.
Jezus.
Ile surowców.
Matko, jak to ślicznie wygląda.
Fajny loop. Bardzo fajny loop.
Pięknie.
Siema, klapki Mojżesza. Tak, bazy. I to w chuj baz. I to w chuj rzeczy do
Tu się na coś przyda.
Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes
Tak,
resources.
oczywiście, że się obraca
And the
wokół planety.
required resources will be
Bo się
substantial
ścikam zaraz.
and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal
Kupować
if
te
your
dwójki,
org
panowie?
is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself.
tak? Tak jak w zeszłym roku.
So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big.
A to jest core, czyli można
And
rozbudowywać?
out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base.
Masakra.
And the
Nie mamy
terminals
ludzi
to
do tego.
access logs of who has visited the station.
No właśnie
and
chciałem
see what
powiedzieć,
they
że
did.
wszystkie małe polskie
So let's
orgi
jump back
przyjdą
in
zaraz,
game
nie? Z podkulonym
and take
ogonem.
a stroll
To
through
trzeba
our bridge.
rekrutację rozpocząć.
Ojciec, rozdajemy startery.
Nie.
Sami przyjdą, zobaczycie.
Po prostu
Jakieś joint venture z wszystkimi polskimi.
jestem ciekaw, ile znajdzie się ludzi, którzy będą chętni na maintenance stacji. To jest problem.
Ja jestem chętny.
No. Czyli będziesz admirałem na stacji.
Kurwa już. Ja nie, ja chcę być głównym inżynierem.
Głównym
To
inżynierem.
będziesz mógł zatrudniać NPC
I mieć dostęp do rzeczy, do których nie mam.
Ojciec, daj rangę, to ci naobiecuję.
Tak, trzeba zacząć szukać kurwa orgi.
Zajebiście to wygląda.
No dobra, jak mi kupisz tą śmieciarkę, co była w zeszłym roku, to mogę coś tu robić.
Także jakby co, zapraszamy do Lynxa, no nie? Później będziemy biły organizować na stacji.
Będziemy się tam strzelać, kurde.
Tak jak w tym, nie? Parzę na New Garbage.
New Garbage. Po prostu zrobiłeś mi dzień tą nazwą wczoraj. New Garbage.
Co, na tej stacji darmowe kosmiczne nudy, tak? Ale z tą nową mechaniką sojuszy, no to będzie można sojusze brać do pomocy.
No cóż, jak wyjdzie Star Citizen 1.0, przynajmniej skończy się wydawanie na inne gry.
To będzie
Nie będzie czasu. Nie będzie czasu na inne gry.
Że będą jakieś koalicje.
Tak naprawdę to mi się wydaje, że wszystko ruszy, jak się skończy praca nad składronem, jak składron wyjdzie.
Ale po tym składronie ma być następny składron,
tak,
i następny. To składron się nigdy nie skończy.
To znaczy plusem jest to, że pokończyli
Chyba,
wszystkie...
że nie wypali i pierdolnie.
Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area.
Symbol polskiego wojska.
Your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want.
Jeszcze dekorowanie stacji. Kto będzie popierdalał po całej tej stacji, żeby ją
This
udekorować?
space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior.
Jurik.
No.
Jurik będzie donacami.
Ojciec, wykraftujesz.
Tak,
Stary, mnie nie będzie stać na tyle racji.
Ale Juryx to tylko flery pozostawia gdzieś tam na tym, na ziemi. A tu chodzi o meble. Nie bomby, granaty i flery.
Śmieci po sobie na takiej stacji.
Jurik zostawi stację ozdobioną
kolejny
i z glitchami.
O, patrz, yoga.
Yoga. Malarzy i dekoratorów będą musiał zatrudnić. Okej, dobre, priachu.
Kurwa, gra jest niegrywalna na razie. Kurwa, nawet Atlasu może to chodzić. Lol.
Powinno to być więzienie dla tych, co będą śmiecić na stacji.
To Nekusi poleciał.
O.
No tak, musieli dać polaryzować.
All right.
To jest... To będzie całkiem inna gra, jak wyjdzie 1.0.
Tak,
As you can
dokładnie.
see, right at the bottom
Mam
of the
wrzucić
central
zdjęcie
transit
z napisem
system
będzie?
leads to the lower
Tak,
area.
O,
tak.
i moje
This is
miejsce
where you'll gain
siedzenia w grze.
access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Z jednej strony zajebiście, z drugiej strony żadna polska orgia, kurwa, tego nie ogarnie.
Nie, ja do orgi nie chcę.
Ale Lynx ogarnie.
No wiem,
Lynx
są
ogarnie, tak, oczywiście.
jakieś koalicje.
Tak, no już to widzę.
Wielu
no,
korporacji.
tak,
Damy radę, panowie.
To jest pod masówki Targar solo wybrać
zrobione.
Spokojnie.
jeden powie, że potrzeba to czy tamto, a drugi powie, nie rozkazuj mi, kurwa.
Tyle będzie.
Skończy się ogarnianie.
No to cóż, no wtedy stacja upadnie i... No życie, no.
Spadnie jak Olisa.
Zobaczymy, do czego będą skłonni
Piękny
ludzie
jest ten Max.
w momencie, kiedy to się pojawi.
Walki o te stacje, jak będą wyglądać.
No, Warkan mówi, że to wysoluje.
No widzisz, kurwa, czego orkiestra.
Przywiezie, dowiezie, zbuduje.
All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships, vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station.
Fantastyczna sprawa.
Then there'll be also an upper level for the
Chuj, będzie
observation
miał co
deck.
robić.
From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3,
Research roomy,
which drives
medical
the
bay.
size of room you're able to build.
Mhm.
In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior.
Widać było po tych
Let's talk about the exterior.
airlockach, że można dobudować.
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules, which tailor it to specific functionality.
Star Warsowe generatory tarcz,
Some
bym
modules
powiedział.
cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations, of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example...
O kurde!
Ja pierdolę.
To wiesz, co to będzie?
Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing.
Kurwa, rafineria. Jać!
W końcu swoją stację budujesz.
So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing.
Links Prime.
And finally, we have the hangar wing.
Ludzi na mnie starczy.
So, all right.
To było coś.
Ludzi jak ludzi,
the bigger
ale
your
miejsca na
fleet,
serwerze nie starczy.
the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a
Zobaczymy, jak
variety of
ten,
hangar sizes as well as docking collars
ile
to
ludzi
help
się będzie
organize your fleet's
interesować Star
deployment.
Citizenem, jak wyjdzie 1.0.
All major hardpoint
Może ludzie
wings
sami będą
are
szukać
connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
No cóż, nieważne kiedy to będzie. Na emeryturze będę miał w chuj czasu później.
Jak dożyjesz.
Tylko czy emerytury ci starczy?
No,
Nowy port Polis.
to też pytanie.
Cóż, twoje dzieci będą miały co robić.
A, gra gra się popsuła w ogóle dzisiaj.
I co ty na to, Todd Howard?
Quit game.
On i tak nie zmieni zdania swojego na temat
Ej,
Next Gen.
spokojnie, on może taki filmik wam pokazać.
Tak,
tyle,
że
że
gracze
powiedzmy,
byli do dupy.
I Todd Howard wygra. Nie dajcie się
Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as
A
well.
później w grze zobaczysz Minecraftowe drzewa.
Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos.
No i to jest piękne.
Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
Do tego czasu to już Szarko będzie na emeryturze i ślepy.
Co jest w Crowneście?
Widok,
Prestiż.
którego nigdy nie zapomnisz.
Się zestram po drodze w tej windzie.
Zginiesz.
No.
Reszta tylko blenderowa winda.
Muzyczka z zeszłego roku.
Masturbatorium.
Kurwa.
Dobre.
Tak, tam będzie się podobał.
Tu w tym miejscu będą się odbywały wszystkie imprezy, koncerty.
Orgie.
Wszystkie orgie orga?
Tak, wszystkie orgie.
Dajcie znać, jakby znowu...
20 minut filmiku, czy...
No i to jest kurwa coś pięknego.
Alright.
Bo jest ten kawałek
A,
podłogi.
czyli jeden jakiś unikalny moduł będzie
So I'm
można
going to be flying
zamontować.
around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay?
Jacuzzi.
Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do.
Kurde, z takim widokiem.
Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints.
Aha.
The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Wszystko wszystkim, ale przepraszam bardzo, mam jedno podstawowe pytanie. Gdzie te kurwa wszystkie wózki, które tak pokazują też na tych filmikach o Hodża?
Co? Co takie?
Transportu, kurwa, tych rakiet, kurwa, tego wszystkiego. Te wózki takie.
A. No ta baza może być naprawdę dużo rozbudowana.
No na razie to tylko są traktor, bimy, kurwa, i wszystko ręcznie się nosi.
Ale co, te większe statki to tylko poprzez dokowanie.
F7 RCA? O, Taurus.
Nie, jednak Andromeda się też mieści.
Czyli to jest jednak jebitne.
All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in
Ale
a
coś
super
ogólnie
lawless
wspominali
system,
o pojazdach dla organizacji? Jak to będzie
now you're the
rozwiązane?
potential targets for others. Everyone will have
Nie
their
chce mi się
eyes on
tłumaczyć,
your
tego jest
resources
tyle, że...
and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Nie, Katlas. O, jaka ekipa.
No i to mi się podoba, wielkie kurwa wojny orgowe. To jest kwintesencja kurwa tej gry.
Co to za bieda flota?
No to wiesz, piraci pewnie małą flotką atakują. Nie skalkulowali ewentualnych...
Jak tam double był. Nie wiem, co
Spokojnie, spokojnie, do tego czasu już Kraken będzie, mam nadzieję.
Oho! Assault!
Fording.
Ale bajer.
Fording lepszy.
Abordaż, kozak.
Ale to będzie życia, panowie.
Ups! No Juriksa zadanie, rzucanie granatami.
A jak?
Tak, które teraz albo wypadają z ręki, albo przyklejają.
Złoty piko! O!
I po abordażu.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses
Czyli
and
znowuż
get
abordaż.
inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside...
Kiedy oni chcą to wszystko wprowadzić?
Nie ma
Abertura.
Nie ma
Once inside, and you've
Jak
cleared
nie
out a
jest data
hangar, you may also
2954.
want to consider airlifting in a tank or two
O,
to clear
nowa
some
nawet
corridors.
się mieści.
Raiders will have to hack
Tak,
freight elevators
2064,
or
no.
bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station.
To ilu mamy aktywnych
Such as blast
graczy
doors, which
organizacji
seal
do
shut,
tej pory?
systems to be breached, and a range of
Się nie
turrets
pytaj, ile
like
teraz
anti-vehicle
macie, tylko
or
ile za chwilę
anti-personnel.
będzie.
These will
Wiesz
all
co?
help
Siema,
slow
siema,
down the
chłopaki. Coś
attack
pokażemy
and
ciekawego?
give
Tak.
time
Tak,
for
nie, ilu mamy, a
Nie,
później
nic.
ocenimy do ilu będzie.
So let's do a
Tą
final recap.
wielką szację zbudowaną
This
przez graczy.
is one of the
Jakby trzeba
end
było...
goals for
Jakby trzeba
dedicated
było skrzyknąć, to pewnie z 70
and will
osób.
be your base
Z
of
tych 300,
operations
które są.
Endgame dla małych
system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements.
No widzę, pokazuję jakąś
And
stację. To
it's
jest
your
stacja
very
graczy, tak?
own
Orga?
home
Tak,
amongst the
Ale
stars.
orgowa czy graczowa?
orgowa.
But wait,
Orgowa.
To znaczy,
Czyli
no
gracz
gracz
nie może sam-
Orgowo-graczowa.
But wait.
but
There's
wait.
prawdopodobnie gildina po
There's one
tego,
more
z
unique
kilku orków
module
złożona.
we can build.
Wiem co.
And that is the
Wiedziałem.
dry dock.
Bo jak gracz może zbudować tą stację, to na bank będzie można kupić taką stację. A jeżeli ork może tylko zbudować, to będzie inaczej.
Żeby zacząć budować tą stację, musisz użyć pioniera.
Obstawiam, że raczej to już tylko dla orków zarobią, bo to jest kurwa za dużo dla jednego gracza.
And has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question
Jeden
still
gracz pioniera nie
remains,
obsłuża,
what
przecież pionier
size
jest
of
potrzebny,
ship
żeby zrobić tą
can we
tego.
build?
Czekajcie, jaki size?
Crafting station.
Czyli jest opcja, albo budujesz bazę naziemną, albo budujesz taką stację. Ale naziemną i tak trzeba będzie zrobić, chociaż dla ekstraktorów.
Tak, resource.
I'll just watch the end of the show.
Ale to znowu trzeba będzie mieć dobrą dywizję transportowców, żeby to dowozić na orbitę.
Stop. To nie jest dla jednego orga, tylko dla kilku orgów złożonych w jednej gildii. Jeden
Bengala?
odpowiada za drugi, trzeci za
Kurwa.
coś takiego.
Naprawdę będzie można zbudować Bengala? Mówiłem.
Ja pierdolę.
Czyli statek flagowy orga.
Tak.
Dokładnie.
Ale po czym co? O, Bengal.
No ja już wymiękam.
Zbudować czy wyremontować, bo są
Zbudować. Zbudować, to jest normalnie dry dock.
Tak,
dry dock, ale dry dock nie tylko służy do budowania.
No dry dock też naprawia, nie?
Restaurować.
Albo budowa, albo naprawa.
Kurwa, Bengal jest wielkości tej stacji.
No. Dobra, ciekawe ile z tego tak naprawdę dojedzie do tego 1-0.
Ty czekaj.
1%.
Znów coś wykreślę.
Stacje połączone stacjami. Ja Zrób taki heksagon. O chuj.
Na stykę, kurde, i dostaniesz bana na całą organizację.
Przecież cała armada musi wisieć nad taką stacją wtedy.
Ja wymiękam.
Ale ta stacja będzie gdzieś w Deep Space, a nie na orbicie chyba. Co,
na orbicie.
No ale na orbicie to ci każdy ją znajdzie przecież.
Pytanie, czy będzie,
o to chodzi.
czy będzie tylko zalokowanie do orbity, czy będzie można ją...
O to chodzi, bo kurwa skurwysynek podejrzał Helldiversów i teraz będziesz miał bitwy orgowe o całe planety.
Jak Helldivers chyba i w online.
No raczej
Nie no, Helldiversy może zajmujesz sektory, więc to jest też podobnie.
But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all three together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources, or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you supports
czekam na tego
each
łapa
other.
z utęsknieniem, powiem
You
szczerze.
need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each
Dawaj.
Jak oni to wszystko dadzą na live, to wtedy dopiero zacznie się gra.
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs.
Inżynieringu jeszcze nie mamy, a oni już kurwa wyjeżdżają z takimi rzeczami.
Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, Citizencon, and
trzeba im tą kropkę w prawo przesunąć.
No. No.
One second.
Jared. Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance.
Ale nadal,
That's what you're
oni
gonna
to
get.
dowiozą do 30 roku całość, to i tak będzie
Welcome,
wow.
Chris Roberts. We're ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know.
Więc potrzebuję botów skupić.
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian. I hope you guys and girls love
Ciekawe,
what
czy
you saw
daty
there.
powie.
It's having a definitive line in the bag is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said,
Teraz zacznie się kłamanie.
the presentation, we will never start growing
A to zaraz, to do tej pory mówili prawdę?
Part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers.
1-0 przyszły rok.
Na przykład.
Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless
Zacznę
great
od
ideas
tego,
and
że to jego
suggestions
bólowi
that
są
come
naturalne.
from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and
kurwa chyba
improve.
przegiął z
And often we
botoksem.
take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game,
The
we're all
symbiotic
building this
relationship.
dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced
to
ones.
wszystko, co dzisiaj pokazali, to się zastanawiam, czy nie zmienić
But
specjalizacji
that'll
na
only be the
Grand
start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing. Now we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's Citizencon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterwards. It's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at Citizencon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege that almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much. And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others who poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time.
Czyta.
Possible without their dedication and support. I think all of you very, very much.
Tak, trochę słabo to wygląda. No.
And you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, Citizencon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So, thank you. And we'll see you in the booth.
No cóż.
Czekaj, do czego się odniósł, że w ciągu 12-18 miesięcy? Do tego poza tym 1.0 wszystkiego co było, czy jak?
Nie wiem.
Castra na przykład.
Nie wiem, bo wtedy wszyscy uruchomili się na Discordzie, więc nie dosłyszałem.
Wydaje mi się, że przez następne 18 miesięcy będą robili w stronę 1.0 te wszystkie rzeczy. No.
To znaczy,
nie no, 1.0 na pewno nie. Bo mówił, że to co pokazali, że przez następne 12 do 18 miesięcy...
No te base building, czyli w stronę 1.0, nie?
No właśnie, no tak, ale nie 1.0. A do końca tego roku Pyro i 4.0
tak.
I to, co jest z zeszłego roku jeszcze nie zdążyli, to na początku przyszłego.
Tak. Natomiast jedna rzecz jest istotna, bo na przykład Pioneer się pojawił na grafikach, gdzie ma się statek pojawić w przeciągu 12 miesięcy, tak? Czyli powinniśmy na kolejnego Citizencona zobaczyć Pioneera, a też w trakcie prezentacji baz mówili o tym, że Pioneer będzie później niż budowanie baz. Nie będzie na dzień pierwszy budowania baz, więc możemy się spodziewać budowania baz w miarę szybko. Raczej nie powiedziałbym, że nie wiem, następny kwartał, ale może trzeci kwartał, może drugi.
Ale mogą zrobić tak, że stopniowo
patrząc na...
I też Galaxy może wejść przed Pionierem.
Jak to, co mają, pokazali, co mają, to mają szansę to wydać w tym roku.
Patrząc na animację, patrząc na jakość tych tekstur i szczegółowość tych tekstur, jeżeli chodzi o budynki, i VFX-y, które są wokół tego wszystkiego, no to oni praktycznie mają te budynki ogarnięte. Poza, tam wymienili, nie mają farm i nie mają tych.
Tak. Tak.
No, brakuje im UI, nie? Do budowania A.
To teraz już te wyścigi.
No.
No to już nie ma co oglądać.
Ale też technologii jeszcze ten persistent streaming czy coś. Nie, te drugie, co masz, wiesz, co na każdym serwerze będzie twoja baza. Jeszcze jak to
Ale to już jest.
Przecież to już jest, co ty to?
To jest
To
replication
wszystko
layer.
jest w ramach tego meshingu, nie?
To jest w
No właśnie
replication
ten mesh
layer,
coś
nie,
tam, jak ty
nie.
tam
Tak.
Jeżeli,
Replication layer to już
jeżeli
jest.
chodzi o dane, gdzie co się znajduje, to jest w replication layer i to już jest. Replication layer istnieje.
Albo też mnie ciekawi, jak, no bo będzie tylko 5 systemów. W tym 1.0 to ile będzie graczy na serwer?
No ostatnio przecież testowali 2000, więc zobaczymy, czy dojadą z tym.
Dobra, muszę zadać jedno ważne
Albo ile
pytanie.
im
Czy jest
zacznie
hype?
jeszcze opracowanie tego
Nie,
dynamicznego
absolutnie nie.
serwer mesh?
Nie.
Absolutnie nie.
Hype'u
Ludzie
nie ma.
co się nigdy nie
Jest
hypują.
ogromny hype.
Dla mnie tak. Dla mnie
Jest
osobiście tak.
hype, jest.
A pożyjemy, zobaczymy ile z tego do tego 1.0 dojedzie faktycznie.
No to jest pierwszy raz, jak pokazali, jak ta gra będzie wyglądać. Do tej pory nie było nic o grze. Tu masz przedstawioną wizję, jak będziesz grał.
Znaczy, wcześniej to chyba w 16 albo 17, co taki właśnie odleglejszy goal, jak sobie wyobrażają tą grę, to właśnie było między innymi server meshing. Więc widzisz, ile lat na to czekaliśmy, więc zobaczymy na to 1.0. Fajnie, że to nie są same
Okej.
takie koncepty papierowe, tylko no mają to jakoś na silniku.
Znaczy spoko, bo server meshing ogólnie oddzielna technologia, bo wiesz, bo zrobić obiekty w grze i tak dalej, zrobić do tego jakby zaprogramować system tego, to jest do zrobienia, nie? To jest wszystko do zrobienia, a meshing akurat jest zupełnie innym meshingiem niż to, co robią inni twórcy gier, nie? Dajmy na to, jak się przełączasz też między tymi shardami, masz tą takie seamless transition, nie? Tutaj ma nie być w ogóle tego, nie? Więc to kumam, że to mogło zająć, nie? Ale tamte rzeczy wydają mi się takie w zasięgu ręki.
Tylko jeszcze jak
To
trudno będzie zrobienie tych dynamicznych serwerów.
Wszystko
No
jest,
na server meshing to będzie trudne.
wszystko jest w zasięgu ręki. Pytanie tylko, co przyklepi Chris. I czy nie będzie znowu zwlekał specjalnie z podjęciem decyzji.
To znaczy, to co nam zaprezentowali, no to jest przyklepane, tak?
Mi się wydaje, że Chris
zobaczymy.
rzuca scenariusz, nie?
Tak jak mówię, zobaczymy ile z tego dojedzie do 1.0.
Dużo
Jaka
jest...
będzie sprzedaż na Citizenconie?
Bo oni już wystarczy, że 4.0 rozebrali na raty, a 1.0 też sporo chcą dociągnąć i zobaczymy ile z tego faktycznie dojedzie.
Zobaczymy, no.
1.0 też dadzą na raty,
Pewnie
ale
tak.
i tak
Zobaczymy.
będzie wow.
Szkoda, że wędkowania nie będzie.
A skoro pionierem są
Wędkowania, no
później
na
dać,
początek
to
nie
znaczy,
będzie
że
wędkowania.
Nie ma co się
wcześniej może
napalać, mi się
pojawić,
wydaje.
Galaxy z modułem budującym.
No nic na temat Galaxy nie powiedzieli, no.
No,
Bo
ale
jednak Galaxy
Perseusz
jest mniejszy, więc on buduje chyba średnie bazy z tego co pamiętam.
Tak, on ma być średni.
Pionier te duże.
Teraz
Czyli
jeszcze
mogą
raz oglądam to
wprowadzić
budowanie baz. Wygląda jak w Falloutie de facto.
No, z Fallout, Starfield.
Więc myślę, że oni zaczną budowanie baz od pojazdu naziemnego, tej najmniejszej bazy i będą nam stricte
Nie no,
czasowo
przecież
dorzucali
Star Lancer jest gotowy. Będzie flyable na EAA, więc Star Lancer będzie tym Elką.
Kto tam kupował tego Starlancera Maxa?
Ja,
Ale to Max nie jest
Ile on miał,
budowniczym, no nie?
ile on miał cargo?
224.
Kurwa, 50 więcej jak Taurus.
224.
To na pewno jest również do budowy?
Star Lancer ma swój wariant do budowania, no.
Nie, ja się zastanawiam do cargo po prostu.
Nie, no ja wiem, tylko ktoś właśnie pytał. przed chwilą.
Ja za Krecy wziąłem oba w zestawie. Z
Natomiast
10-letnim ubezpieczeniem.
to jest...
Widziałeś
to jest...
wilk tego Polarisa?
Nie.
No, dojebanie.
Powiem wam jedną rzecz. Patrząc na to, co pokazywali... Nie przerwajcie na chwilę, please.
No.
Patrząc na to, co pokazywali do tej pory, gdzie dużo rzeczy, część była w Greyboxie, w ogóle jak pokazali Shermana, no to Sherman był już w produkcji. To nie jest tak, jak było na wcześniejszych Citizenconach, że oni pokazują same obrazki i arty i coś narysowane na papierze, tak? Tylko fizycznie
No nie, tym
już...
razem pokazywa... Ale zauważ, największe porównanie masz z budowaniem baz, bo widziałeś, co było w zeszłym roku i widzisz, co jest w tym roku. I jest jednak, no, praca włożona w to. Widać tą pracę
Jest.
w tym budowaniu baz.
Stacje pewnie nie będą od razu, bo widać, że te naziemne mają bardziej rozwinięte niż stacje, bo stacja jest w Greyboxie.
Stacja na razie widzieliśmy tylko chyba te
No Greyboxy, po prostu Greyboxy.
boxy i screeny. Znaczy, no, zdjęcia porobione.
Ale jest coś, co już mogą pokazać w silniku. I to jest coś innego niż to, co do tej pory, czym nas karmili do tej pory. Więc ja jestem człowiekiem cierpliwym. Także ja na pewno będę czekał na te systemy. Jeżeli chodzi o budowanie baz, jeżeli chodzi o crafting, to tak, to jest mój konik i to lubię.
Ja to mam nadzieję, że jak będzie te budowanie bazy, to że zanim zaczniesz się stawiać, to możesz w tym UI budowania, że możesz najpierw połączyć te moduły, żeby zaprojektować, jak to ma wyglądać. I dopiero jak je wszystkie połączysz, to możesz
Nie.
zacząć.
Mam jeszcze
No
pytanko.
Nie.
To już się skończył
tak to nie działa.
Citizencon?
Tak, skończył się
Tak,
Citizen.
Tak, no
koniec?
teraz tam
Tak,
będą
koniec.
jakieś śmieszne
Aha.
wyścigi.
Bo zbudujesz jeden moduł, będziesz chciał do niego dołączyć drugi, a potem
No to musisz
jedno
planować
nie może,
bazę,
bo
no.
teren zasłania.
No sorry,
No
jak,
właśnie, żeby
jak w
można
każdym,
było to jakoś
jak w każdym
zaplanować,
w każdym builderze musisz zaplanować swoje miasto, swoją bazę. Nie ma tak, że od razu
Dobra,
masz
to
layout i
wtedy
kładziesz.
możesz cofać.
No to tak, to prawdopodobnie też będziesz mógł zniszczyć budynek i postawić go od nowa.
Prawdopodobnie
Tak,
najpierw będziesz robił takie niebieskie te, jakby
Tylko
koncepty.
lepszą opcją i bardziej optymalną będzie po prostu postawienie, mieć już wizję na bazę, tak? Bo wszystkie budynki widzisz, więc to dla mnie osobiście to nie jest problem, żeby zacząć layout od jednego budynku i ja już wiem mniej więcej, w którą stronę ta baza się rozrośnie i jak będzie wyglądać.
No, tylko ja już sobie wyobrażam wkurwienie, jak jakiś jeden mały kamień będzie przeszkadzać.
Nie, no,
mojej
po to są
Znikają podczas
po to
budowania.
są te fundamenty, że te fundamenty czyszczą tekstury.
No właśnie
Masz-
dlatego też ja bym pewnie zalał betonem.
Masz
I później
podniesione
wypada.
większość tych
Ale z
budynków.
tego co widzę, to tego Starlancer BLD to nie ma na
Nie ma w
sklepie
sprzedaży.
teraz.
Jest Max i jest ten.
I
Ale,
tak,
ale
ten
wiesz,
BLD ma odpowiadać za budowę.
tak,
Okej. Bo nadrabiam streama.
tak, ten BLD.
Sorry, że mi to jakoś umknęło, nie widziałem. Jak wygląda kwestia nabywania praw do miejsca, gdzie możesz sobie zbudować bazę? To jest za...
W Lawless
Deweloper,
nie ma
za-
znaczenia. W Lawless nie ma znaczenia. Stawiasz i budujesz. W,
Tych
Dobra, a
zwykłych
koledzy
to jak
przylatują z
masz
bombą atomową i
obywatelstwo, to
debudują.
możesz gdziekolwiek.
Okej.
tylko musisz płacić później tax, no nie?
No, trzeba zapłacić.
Tygodniowo.
A czy wspominali coś na temat... Bo widziałem, że hangary, że ekstraktory, no że tam faktory...
Ja się
można
wyciszam
sobie
na
już
chwilę.
pod gębą?
Okej. Żegnam się z YouTube'em. Jest na tyle informacji i ten panel był z tak dużą ilością mięsa, że w sumie nie będę tego podsumowywał dzisiaj, bo moglibyśmy o tym gadać po prostu godzinami. Natomiast na pewno base building będę starał się znaleźć trochę czasu, chociaż robota w 4. kwartale, jeżeli chodzi o moją robotę, to jest bardzo absorbująca i tego czasu jest mniej. Więc postaram się to ogarniać na bieżąco, żeby stworzyć albo serię filmów, albo po prostu jeden duży. Zobaczę jeszcze. Może ewentualnie to podzielę, może tak będzie lepiej, żeby omówić cały ten base building i wszystko to, co pokazali na Citizenconie, żeby to też było po polsku. A tymczasem dzięki wielkie za towarzystwo, żeśmy obejrzeli to wszystko razem. Naprawdę no, jeden z ciekawszych dni, jeżeli chodzi o Star Citizen 1.0, budowanie baz i pojazdy, które nam będą do tego służyć. Także masa materiału, który wygląda na to, że jest w większości już po prostu stworzony i ogarnięty w grze. Więc jest na co czekać. Dzięki raz jeszcze. Trzymajcie się. Do zobaczenia. Hej.